long story short about how I was on a plane and off a plane today. But before we get to that fucking debacle, let me tee up the press conference that it's about 9 minutes long, but it's gonna explain a lot of after the verdict. Obviously, Bigo Barnett was guilty on all counts. Jury took under 2 hours. It's more like an hour and a half, which, to be quite honest, if you went through the jury instructions in this case, that would take you 2 to 3 hours alone. And then obviously, I don't know what evidence went back with them, but they didn't ask to see any evidence. The trial, and I'll play this in a second. The trial ended, I think, like 4:30 or 5-ish on Friday, and they would have probably gotten a verdict in like 20 minutes if they did it on Friday, but they waited till Monday, and I don't know if the judge offered them lunch or not, but they came back before lunch, so it was quick. All right, let me. So this is the press conference, Mark. I'm gonna just tee it up, see what the volume is, and let me know how it sounds. I'm gonna read.
Real quick, just before you do that, can I get out the thank yous so it doesn't interrupt anything? Okay, guys. Monica, thanks for the great idea. I put up a Venmo in accordance with her peer pressure, and you guys were able to successfully fund my time there last week with a few dollars to spare. So everyone's quote right on the money, no pun intended. And then this time we were able to cover Crypto's ticket, which he got a partial refund because he got off the plane. Because that's how quick this verdict came. I told him, I said, get off the plane, dude. So we applied. We still have a remaining balance of about $200 that we'll hold on to, and the next time we go into the field, we'll apply it there. So thank you, American Trucker, and really everyone else who contributed. Really, really, really impressed and grateful. I'll probably post it back up in the nest, but literally, we have nothing pressing, so don't feel obligated. We don't need it right now. It's but I'll put it up there just so in case you have too much money and don't know what to do with. But other than that, we met our bills this time. So thank you, everyone.
All right, so let me tee this off, and then I'm going to restart it once you let me know that it's loud enough. So just give me a second.
Okay.
Process, and we're surely going to appeal, and I'll see you guys again on May 2nd, May 3rd.
Is that okay, or is it too loud, Mark?
No,
okay, hold on.
Even be louder.
Yes.
It's a bit of a legal question.
All right, how's that?
And we thought that the decision to testify.
I'm going to start over.
Process, and we're surely going to appeal, and I'll see you guys again on May 2nd,
May 3rd.
May 3rd.
Did you think the decision to testify may have backfired? The jury was only gone for about 2 hours.
Yes.
So it's a bit of a legal question, and we thought that the decision to testify was unequivocally the right one. While the judge would have given instruction to the jury not to let the fact that he did not testify against him, I don't believe for any second that would have mattered. He had a story that needed to be told. People needed to know why he came here, what his intentions were, and what he did while he was here. The man got up there and he told the truth, and it didn't work out for him. But at the end of the day, we have no regrets whatsoever about that choice.
You heard the government tell the judge you haven't expressed any remorse to feel you deserve. You should have some expressions for.
I actually did express remorse on the stand. The government's overstepping themselves on everything they say. I totally disagree with them as well as the verdict, and we will move forward to correct this injustice.
What do you regret doing?
What did you mean by they're not your peers? They look like American citizens who went to jury duty and got called?
So let me answer that question. That's a very simple discussion. Washington, D.C., number one, is not a state. Number two, he's not surrounded by a jury of his peers, a jury of people from Arkansas, a place where he came from, or a jury that has a political composition of anything that's like the rest of the United States. Washington, D.C. is something like 95, 96% Biden voters, right? So that we believe that plays a crucial role in the political factors that are ever present in these cases. We argued the need to change juries, to change venue extensively in this case, other cases as well. And everybody who's a January 6th who has been accused of a crime is looking to have their case heard somewhere else because nobody feels safe here. So regarding a jury of your peers, it just means a balanced jury, at least at the very politically, at least 95% Biden voters, President Trump, the elections at issue here. We feel that fact alone, in congruence with all the media coverage of January 6 hearings, so on and so forth, eviscerated any chance for a fair trial.
Mr. McBride, with this happening in the city, we were defending, and the question is such a is there a struggle for any future defendants in J6? Are they going to get a fair trial? You had such a strong legal team. Does this take the wind out of their sails? Should they be concerned?
Everybody should be concerned about fairness in D.C., right? I mean, that concern, the political concern, is global. I want to be able to parse that and say, look, we selected that jury. We felt confident based on the available people that we had that was the right jury to select. It did not work out for us. And we're not saying that there is something inherently wrong with D.C. or with the jurors. We're saying that we believe that politics is the big elephant in the room that nobody wants to speak about here, and that the political considerations about this trial, have damaged the jury pool to the extent where we can't get a fair trial.
What's your assessment of why the jury came back so quickly?
My assessment of why the jury came back so quickly is that they found the government's evidence to be fully credible, and they just did not believe what we said. And my experience in life, that is, as a defense attorney, certainly, when the jury comes back that quickly, it's usually because they had bought hook, line, and sinker on what the government had said, and their minds were made up long ago. That's a possibility, but we were laughing about tweets. We were laughing about political statements. We think that it's absolutely...
All right, so Mark, I'm just going to pause it right there, and then I'll pick it up. I couldn't even hear that question, so I'm not sure anyone's going to follow on this whole...
Yeah, I can answer
let's
that.
do it at the end, though. I just wanted to make a note about it, about this whole laughing tweet thing. I didn't get it either because you can't hear the question.
Yeah, the defense team and table laughed quite often, actually.
Objectionable and ridiculous that a man could be on trial and possibly be sentenced to the rest of his life in prison and have tweets used against him, political tweets, occupy this, screw Biden that, I love Donald Trump, whatever it is. The fact that made any difference in this trial whatsoever was laughable to us. So we made a conscious decision to laugh at that, because at the end of the day, we don't believe that stuff had any place in this trial.
You just did trial for your actions on January 6th. Do you believe that former President Trump should also be held accountable for his actions?
Don't answer that question. That's a question loaded with front-loaded with.
I can't get a fair trial.
Yeah, we don't have the question.
So just to follow up on that one, that was a question if President Trump should be held liable, and they didn't answer.
They started deliberating this morning? Sorry. They started deliberating this morning?
No, well, look, they officially started deliberating this morning, but they were dismissed Friday. So each juror had the weekend to sit at home and collect their thoughts and think about how they felt about where they were going to come out on the jury. So I'm sure they all came in with some opinions today, and it looks like they all pretty much agreed that he was guilty and not innocent. We respect the process. We disagree with the verdict, but we have to respect him nonetheless. We believe that we have multiple issues for appeal, especially the fact that there was a superseding indictment 2 weeks before this trial for civil disorder, which completely sandbagged us and put us on our back. After 2 years, no fact changed in this trial, and they put this charge in there that completely changed our entire defensive strategy in this case. It made us defend all the actions outside of the Capitol as opposed to what he did inside. We thought that was unfair. We filed multiple motions on that order, on that charge, and we believe that we have very strong chances on appeal, given the nature of everything I just said about that charge and the indictment.
So you said the addition of a new charge recently.
The addition of the civil disorder charge, 18 U.S.C. 231, made 2 years of trial prep not go all out the window, but it forced us to revisit our entire trial strategy within a few weeks' time frame. It was a materially unfair thing to do. That charge should not have made it in. We should have been given time to prepare for it. We weren't given that time. We objected. We disagreed. We filed motions. It didn't work out our way, but we believe that we should have sufficient grounds for appeal regarding that matter.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Do you have a sentencing date?
One last word. I am going home for a few months to see my daughter, the dogs. Very happy about that, and been a nice visit to DC this
Thank
time.
you to Judge
Thank
Cooper.
you very much.
Yes, and a note about Judge Cooper. Look, we've spoken a lot about what we disagree with, rulings, so on and so forth. But this was a fair fight. The government, there was a little dirty pool during the trial, but that's not dirty pool, dirty boxing. It's not uncommon. The trial was conducted with honor on both sides. Judge Cooper runs a tight courtroom, but he let us defend Richard. He let the government put on its case. Lots of times that don't happen. That doesn't happen. Lots of times the judge will just micromanage the whole trial. Judge Cooper did not do that while simultaneously holding control over the courtroom, and we respect him for that, and we're thankful for the ability to be able to put up the fight, even though that we didn't come out victorious today.
Thank you, folks.
And you will appeal.
Oh, we will appeal. We will appeal, of course. So we have to.
DC.
Yeah, we'll appeal. We have to appeal. We have multiple appellate issues in terms of media coverage. If you look at Oliver North and how his conviction was thrown out, one of the big reasons why his conviction was thrown out was because the jury pool was tainted with his congressional testimony, right? And we know that this jury pool in all of D.C. and arguably all of America was tainted and is tainted by the very improper conclusions that the January 6th committee drew about people like Mr. Barnett and other January 6th. I mean, for God's sakes, Mr. Barnett was featured in one of the Trump impeachment proceedings, right? The idea that stuff didn't factor into the analysis is just not grounded in logic. So we're going to appeal, and we're going to continue to fight for him until there's no fight left in us, because that's what, as his attorneys, that's what we're called to do, and because we love him and we believe in him, and we don't think that somebody should go to prison for the rest of their life. Somebody, a 62-year-old man with no previous criminal history of any kind, is going to get potentially the rest of his life incarcerated for putting his feet up on a desk. It's not right. So we're going to do our best to make sure that happens. And if it does, it won't be because we didn't fight for it. Okay, thank you.
Thanks again.
All right, so would have been a little better if they didn't do it by actually on the cars. But we're could you hear that, Mark? Could everyone hear that?
Yeah, you got the gist of it. Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely,
all right. So, what happened on the? I'm trying to think here. So, obviously, the Trump question they didn't respond to. What happened on the text? Were texts introduced during trial?
You
text,
mean
tweets? Yeah.
I would say not during the trial, but it definitely came up after the conviction when the government moved to have him remanded and taken into custody. They said, Your Honor, he's been tweeting this whole time and he shows no remorse and all the tweets. And I was like, oh my God, Bigo's always tweeting. But McBride put up a very swift, plea for his client Bigo to keep him out of prison until sentencing, and the judge accepted it quite quickly. But what you were talking, what the question other press asked was, there were times when the entire defense table, just busted out laughing, and I in the gallery did my best to keep my professionalism, and there was times where I was laughing.
So can I ask you? Can I ask you a question? Laughing during the trial, or laughing during the sentencing, or not the sentencing, but the motion to remand.
Oh no, there was no laughing during that.
Okay, so the only part laughing then was when the jury made their conclusions, left, and then they did a motion to remand, and there was laughing.
No laughing today. Today was no day of laughter.
So that's my next question. When? Okay, I can't say never. I can't think of a time I've laughed out loud during a trial. What was some of the stuff that they laughed out loud about, if you can remember? I know I'm kind of put you on the spot on this, but what came out that they were laughing?
From memory, Okay. Well, definitely some things Bigo said. That's for one, for when he was on the stand. The same thing with his wife and his very good friend. There was some comedic relief with their answers. They're very snarky Southern people. But I guess another one is when they're putting Facebook posts up there, about Bigo reposted probably 500 or so. Don't quote me, but just random. He's just an old guy, just repost, like random things. And one of them was, quote, "Occupy the Capitol." And that was, was supposed to be like a rally or something. And they made a huge deal about, and that he had full intent and was trying to motivate others to, quote, occupy the Capitol.
So, it's easy to play Monday morning quarterback. Today actually is Monday, right? My understanding is when you and I were talking last week, you did not see at any point the French journalists who were there to testify, right? So that would be the people who took the picture of Bigo with his feet up and posing. They asked him to pose. He put his feet up. So they weren't there. So that photo could not have been authenticated, at least in my opinion. With that.
It was stipulated to by the defense.
So I'm getting to that. So the defense stipulated to that photo coming in. Did you ever get a reason on why they stipulated to that, given the fact that the predicate that would have been laid arguably would not have been there for the government?
Well, because they believe that the chances of the jury either A, already seeing it is extremely high, because everyone's seen it, and then B, them probably inappropriately Googling it off duty hours is probably also high.
Okay, so not to beat you up on this, but the two things you mentioned are against the judge's instructions. The judge says, do not Google this, do not go home and talk about it, do not do X, Y, and Z. Now, yes, do they do it? Maybe, but why would you let the photos in without the predicate being laid?
Well, I can't speak for them, but I will speak to my understanding of their angle. The entire thing was to lay everything out there, to not be viewed as hiding, concealing, and they are under the impression that the world has already seen this photo, and the chances of one of those jurors, let alone all of them, is high. Is very high. So they're like, let's get it out. And by the way, the photo itself, and I spent most of the trial in there. There's a few days I wasn't, like 2 days in the beginning and half a day, the short Friday. Other than that, I was there for the whole thing. And I never saw the photo. I'm sure it was, I'm guessing it was introduced in the openings.
Well, no.
But I didn't see the photo until the closing
what would have happened is they would have stipulated at the start of the trial to what exhibits were already going to be in. So that was before they ever started. They would have stipulated to what exhibits went in. So I guess.
Yeah, the photo itself is not a huge deal.
Well, it is a big deal though, because that's what Bigo Barnett is known for. So why? I'm just trying to understand why you would let, from my experience, like, things like DNA swabs, right? Or fingerprints, chain of custody where someone moved it from portion A or spot A to location B, right? Like chain of custody can sometimes be stipulated to, but they're not going to stipulate to like the actual testimony of the DNA swabs, right? And especially pictures, which, I mean, arguably speaking, the pictures of Bigo Barnett with his feet up are like, if you go to Google right now, it's every fucking article. Like every article is man on feet up, found guilty, right? There's pictures of him, like 4 or 5 of them with the feet up. So I guess my question is, and then I'll go to Ship after this, maybe he's got a different take than I do, because I'm usually not given that leeway of, if stuff's, that's a me problem. That's a state or government problem. Listen, if you don't have your guys and they're in France, that's a you problem, dude. I'm not going to, and especially doing criminal defense now, I'll stipulate the chain of custody issues. I mean, I don't want everyone who ever touched something to come in and testify and, turn a 5-day trial into 15 days. But I'm trying to still, we spoke about it and I'm still trying to wrap my head. Not that it would have made a difference. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it just for argument's sake right now before we move on. I'm trying to determine. So you're just saying They wanted the jury to see everything. Let's see how it plays out. Whatever we get at the end, at least it'll be a truthful, fair, everything in front of the jury kind of a trial.
Sort of. They knew that, and I know this because I spoke with them at length.
Sure.
And they knew that they're facing a massive, monumental task of getting a DC jury, to come back with not guilty, at least on the serious offenses. So what they wanted to do was humanize him, show who Bigo is, and put Bigo in the correct Bigo context, which is he was being a clown. He wasn't being aggressive. He wasn't being dangerous. However, we've spent more time right here talking about this photo than the other two major issues that the government put forward. And I mean major issues. They made the big deal that it was him pestering the one Metro Police officer and trying to get my flag.
Was that the female cop?
Get my flag, because no, that was it starts with a C. It'll hit me in a second, but Officer Clary.
Hold on though. For people that weren't there, what's the context around that? Give people the context of Bigo wants to get his flag because he left it, but people here weren't there for the whole trial. So give them the context.
Right. Bigo is either pushed, sucked in, or walked in, whatever you want to interpret the video as, into the building. Okay. He gets into the building through the Columbus doors on the east side. He's looking for a bathroom. He never opened a door on his own. He finds some open doors which lead down the hall to Pelosi's offices. He finds himself in that office. There was no bathroom right there as he's walking out. According to him, two French journalists, or at least photojournalists, they say, "Hey, do you know where you're at?" And he said, "I didn't want to be dumb, so I looked down and I saw an envelope and it said Speaker Pelosi." And he says, "Yeah, I'm in Pelosi's office." And they said, "Well, we want to take a photo of you. Just act like you're at home." And he says, "Okay." So he sat down at the desk right there, which is actually not Nancy's desk. It's her chief of staff. Puts his feet on the desk and he says, "Take a picture." So they do. Now that picture for him is problematic for two charges because it has him holding his Zap Hike and Strike, walking stick, flashlight, zapper combo, and you can see the quote spike electrodes sticking out, and that's what he believed cut his hand, and that's where he bled on the desk and on the envelope, and that's the envelope he took. By the way, he was also found guilty of taking government property. We're talking about that envelope that he did return to the FBI. So but the real context with the officer is when the female Metropolitan Police officer, when she comes in and it's all on camera and her body camera as well, it's all corroborated. She says, "Hey, get out," and he says, "Okay," and he gets up, but he forgets his flag on the credenza, and the flag is very sentimental to him because it was awarded to him by a state rep. So he walks out and he says, "Oh shit, my flag." So he tries to walk back in, and she says, "No. Get out," and he complies. So she, like herding cats, and I mean truly, that's what it looked like, because these Metro cops, they all admitted they've never even been inside the Capitol ever, but they're being cops trying to help the Capitol Police. And the plan was very loose: get everyone into the rotunda. The plan didn't have much more after that. So she's herding cats, which included Bigo, and he complies. He's in the rotunda, and he's saying, because he's cooperative, he's saying, "Get my flag, get my flag, get my fucking flag. Come on, man, get my flag." Or, and he started escalating until eventually he said some things that evidently turned problematic for him, like, "Get my flag or I'm fixing to bring them in." And then later he waves his hand, okay, which the government puts forth as he was summoning the crowd onto the officer, which the crowd did not assault the officer. It never happened. And Bigo was essentially there basically alone. And that is the major issues: was one, his Zap Hike and Strike that he possessed in there, and two, that he obstructed that officer and that he summoned the crowd. So those are the big issues, far beyond the photo. We know what the photo does. We know what the photo
So quick
did.
question for you. I just put in the Nest an article from Yahoo, which has a picture of him at the desk with his feet up. Do me a favor. Can you click on that for me? And there's a flag on the left side of the picture to his right. Is that the flag he brought in? And then if so, that's his flag. Okay, and when they tell him to leave,
Yes.
he forgets that flag there. Got it. Second question.
Correct.
I don't see it in this photo. It's just maybe a bad photo. There's a lot of photos of him here. Where was the zap? I don't want to say zapper. Where was the walking stick with taser capability? Where was that in this photo?
Yes.
I don't see it.
So this is a little photo on a phone, but I can see it because I know what I'm looking for.
Where we looking?
Okay, so you see his leg that's on the desk? All right. Do like you're putting a garter on him and slide up his leg and look and kind of go halfway up his black shirt, and you'll see the black handle with what looks like
I got you. Okay, so like right below his chest. So that's the handle of it? And then is it going down the middle of his leg, or is that the chair? Is it going off to the side or down the middle? I can't tell.
It's like pretend it's like a sword. Not that
no. I know, but I'm saying, is it going off of his body on a slant, or is it going down between his legs? Is my question.
Oh no,
okay,
it's off.
Got it.
It's off to the side. It's
got
off
it.
to the side,
okay.
like a sword, like you would
okay.
you would wear
so
a sword.
It would be. I mean, not to be graphic, but I mean, this isn't graphic, but his chest, but essentially where people would normally have nipples, like right below that, in the middle.
Yeah,
right below his heart, above his belly button. I see the little silver. So that walking stick with the taser at the bottom of it, that was, I'm assuming, black then.
Yeah, so I'll get the tweet up that shows more details about it, and I'll post it in the next. But basically, the taser part is in the handle; it's in the grip, not the part that goes on the ground.
The taser part is in. So the capacity to deploy the taser is in the handle, or the actual taser.
Okay, taser. Yeah, sorry, taser is a bad example. Stun gun, the spike. It's a contact weapon. You know, it doesn't shoot anything. You have to zap. You know, touch and make contact. And that's in the handle.
Okay, so when you say top of the handle, is that where you squeeze to make it happen?
First you have to engage like the button that basically arms it, and then you get a red light, and then there's a separate button which you press, which will then bzz,
and when
fire.
it fires, is that on the other side of where your hand is? I mean, that would.
It's pretty much on the butt end of the like imagine like a golf club, and if you're leaning on the golf club, like you're cool, like the top, the butt, not the head itself.
Okay, I'm confused. So the top where he holds it, you got to do what you just said to engage it, and then when it actually does the stunning or the taser, whatever you want to call it, is that on the other end of the walking stick? Oh, interesting.
No,
okay, it's all in the handle. I need to find a picture of this because,
I'll
put one up
because
I'm a little confused. But okay. Okay, interesting. So let me ask you this then: if you have to do like the 3 or 4 steps that you just said, what are the odds? I mean, let's be serious about this. And I've been in DOJ, and I know a lot of fucking dirty. I just know a lot of dirty. I know a lot of dirty attorneys in general, right? It's like win at all costs, whatever, right? I've seen people disbarred. I've seen people hide exculpatory evidence in violation of Brady. Like I've seen it all, mostly. What are with all of this stuff that has to be done? I'm thinking AUSA, the prosecutor, AUSA Gordon. I'm thinking he zapped that taser and scared everyone on purpose. Then.
There is a.
This doesn't sound like.
A substantial.
This doesn't
theory.
sound like, oops, I pushed the wrong button. This sounds like I have to do 3 things and then push the button. It seems pretty idiot-proof, I guess, is my point.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney.
Or you don't need to be
I'm not on his team.
No, you have the best knowledge of it. You don't need to.
These are 8.
You don't need to be an attorney to know that it's not just pushing a button on. It's not like pushing one button.
Right.
You have to push like 3 buttons,
right,
and then you discharge it. I'm sorry, 2 buttons? Okay, 2 buttons. A light has to appear, and then you shock it for a full 5 seconds, scaring the fuck out of everyone in the courtroom from what I've gathered.
Well, okay. So a couple things. There is a strong theory that that the AUSA did zap it on purpose. If I finish my thought, is I'm not an attorney on all that. What I'm saying is if I were I experienced it. I was in the courtroom. To me, that's a serious issue on appeal, especially because they had already made agreements with the defense on how and when it would be introduced and how and when it would be essentially discharged. This is well outside of the agreement. It made everyone jump. It was, it was very, very inappropriate. Now, the only thing that makes me think that Gordon, the prosecutor, was just straight up inept, okay, and just negligent, is because he reintroduced this device very late in the trial. They've already had the owner and the inventor of it up there, and that would have been, in my eyes, if I were a defense lawyer, I said that's the time. Let the engineer fire it. Right. But instead, the prosecution fired it when they demonstrated it for 5 seconds, for 5 whole seconds, which, by the way, the box says would paralyze you, temporarily. But the point is this, and I mean long seconds. But the accidental discharge came very late in the trial, and it was after what I thought was a really, really dumb line of questions upon the FBI agent, basically the case agent, because what they did was, it to me, before the even accidental zap, I was like, why are you doing this? And I realized the defense says, look, there's no evidence whatsoever that the light was ever on, and our client says that the device was inoperable. By the way, guys, the device in court is not the device Bigo had. He lost it after he was pepper sprayed, and he set it down outside to treat his eyes. It's been missing ever since. And he puts forth that the battery was dead, or he dropped it in the shower.
So just a quick question, Mark. Was the zapper they brought in, was it a demonstrative, or did they stipulate to putting it in?
Correct. It was not actual. It's not the device. The device. It's the same make and model.
No. I'm sorry.
It's a demonstrative.
No,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Was it demonstrative just to show the jury what he had that day, or did they stipulate that yes, this is the same make and model, and we're going to move it into evidence by stipulation?
That's a technical question. I'm not. You know what? They may have moved it in because.
Okay. I'm just
sure.
curious if it was actually in evidence or if it was simply demonstrative. That's okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the specifics, but the point is, it was not the device, but this was a functioning one that the government had bought. But here's why it's weird when I said that they reintroduced this device at that late point after the device took about a day and a half anyway, and he's pretending to carry it the way. Gordon's pretending and demonstrating to the FBI agent, to the witness, how Bigo carried it, and he turns the light on. He's like, all right, it's armed now. And he's like, can you see the light? And she's like, no. He's like, I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. Can you see the light? And the whole time he's covering the light with his hand. It was obvious. She goes, no. Let me turn it again 90 degrees. No. Okay, another 90. That's 360. No. And he's like, okay, so the light can be on and you cannot see it. And she's like, yeah, correct. And then he's like, okay, no further questions. And this is literally the moment he's about to utter, Your Honor, the United States rests his case or whatever. It's literally at that moment, and he goes to hand the stick over to someone else at his table, and he accidentally discharges it. And I said, look, I'm not on his crew. I'm not barred, but I think that would have been my motion right there for a mistrial. That would have been mine. It was unbelievable.
Right. So my understanding is the next day in the morning they moved for a mistrial.
They did. And I'd have to check my notes if that was it or not. My mind is a little saturated, but I'd have to check on. I can't remember what their reason was. It might have been that.
Yeah, I mean, I read the article where the next day they said that essentially everybody was scared. Defense was scared. The AUSAs were scared.
They did do it then.
Yeah. And essentially, I guess the only thing more not to use the word probative per se, but the only thing more I'll just go with probative. The more probative to show how this stick works is if he would have zapped one of his fucking other AUSAs.
Yeah.
He'd been like, look, this is how it works.
I think fun fact, Bigo, not twice, but 3 times, directly pointed and talked about Gordon, I'm safe with weapons. I'm not like that guy over there. And he got, I'm telling you, Bigo got his shots in and they landed. they land. I mean, I guess they didn't take him out, but they landed.
Right. So on cross examination, Gordon cross examined Bigo, and I'm sure there were fireworks there. They just hated each other.
Oh, absolutely. That was when we did the emergency press conference because it was fireworks. It was incredible.
Interesting. All right. Anything else, Mark, before we go to Monica that you want to talk about?
Nope. When the questions come, if I crypto has the procedural court knowledge, I can give you the first person knowledge, the insider of being with the crew, being with the defendant, the defense team, and then just observing everything.
Okay, so last question, Mark. When the government moved to remand, what was Judge Cooper like? Was he because my understanding is also, just on a collateral issue, the Oath Keepers were also found guilty today, and the judge made a comment that even though in seriousness of their charges, they're going to be on 24-hour house arrest. So he made the comment that, listen, serious charges, but you're going home on house arrest. Were there any comments by Cooper that he made that could be construed on how he may sentence? On the upper end of the scale, or the amount of months that he's going to run into, because he's going to have a range.
Yeah.
So, what was Cooper's response when the government said that they wanted? I mean, because all prosecutors want the person remanded. So, what was Cooper like?
Yeah, I think he's going to be as lenient as his job and maybe his future allows. I don't think he's going to do the book. I just don't, based upon all the things I've seen, all the things I've heard, his body language. He asked Bigo, is he going home for the weekend last weekend? And Bigo said, no, I guess I'm going to stay right here. And he said, I'd have to drive home. And the judge said, well, why don't you fly? And he says, Your Honor, you told me I can't fly. I'm a tier 1 terrorist. And the judge chuckled. He said, okay, I guess that's why you're not flying. So, my point is this: I don't think Judge Cooper's gonna hammer him. I mean, to the extent that he could, I should say.
Right. So yes,
that's my guess, guys. Not that you want, even what the guy's 62. 5 years is devastating. 10 years is, well, let's just leave it at that. He's 62.
I mean, if my memory serves me correct, which it may not, I think the plea offer was around 5 years. So if the plea offer is
a trial fee,
Right. So you got the trial tax afterwards. So, all right. Monica, thoughts on the case and thought of, getting a jury in DC, right?
Hey guys. Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Mark, I'm glad that worked out. And thank you everyone that did, contribute to their cause. And it is ongoing. So, you may want to just make that a recurring thing where you guys support Mark's efforts and being able to continue his work. I appreciate that greatly. So I probably the number one thing that stood out to me was listening to his attorney say, the travesty here was that he did not have a fair trial by a jury of his peers, considering the location. And, I think about any given one of us who could find ourselves in the exact same position over just political nonsense. And I'm not suggesting that there weren't egregious things that went on in the Capitol that day, but as it pertains to him, with his feet on the desk and, and just kind of reviewing other, other political quote rallies he attended, or things that he was passionate about and causes. No one, in my recollection, everything that I've read, is that people, on President Trump's side of the aisle, if you will, if they were planning on attending, everyone was on high alert that Antifa and others could be there. So, there's so many mitigating factors as to why someone would have attended something like that, prepared to defend themselves, not necessarily go in with the intention of harming anyone or overtaking, Congress. But I think that that's the number one thing that stood out to me was that how does anyone get a fair trial in this country moving forward on anything politically planted is very concerning to me. I think it should concern all of us. And this goes back to watching Roger Stone raided in the middle of the night moons
Mm-hmm.
ago. To myself, man, if it can happen to him, it can happen to any of us. And then realizing that tweets and Facebook posts and the entire dashboard of the fourth branch of government has now been deployed against all of us as part of their national security apparatus, and how many things can be misconstrued, or how many people in the country would actually make a legitimate juror at this point, in terms of walking in with an unbiased toward, just present the facts, give me, what the rules of engagement are, and let me come to a conclusion, with that. But now it's the whole thing has been completely slanted. So, I'm not necessarily surprised, like I said in my tweet, about the verdict, as much as it grieves me that we are, the reality is we are living in a day and time when we really do function as a kangaroo court, and really as a banana republic. And that is something I hope more people in the legal profession will continue to, push back on. And more of us as pundits get out and try to bring people back to their higher nature of understanding that it could be anyone on the left or the right who ends up in front of a kangaroo court at some point in time. Ultimately we need to rely upon our constitutional rights. So, yeah, I'm probably more of the emotional quotient here, where it grieves me to think about the repercussions. Also, crypto, I think today, where President Trump was quoted as saying that he would pardon anyone, right? And
Yeah.
so the larger question for me now becomes turning to these alleged 1,000 to 3,000 additional people who are probably going to get, drag netted in whatever the perimeter was, right? That people didn't even know where they were standing in this quote restricted area. What does this mean for them? And also, what does this mean, for President Trump moving forward, if that case is still building? I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are.
Well, no, that's a good point. I mean, I was texting with someone today, and it really, at this point, it's really turning into Trump is kind of, I mean, DOJ is kind of clubbing baby seals up there. So it's really turning into, if Trump gets elected, my understanding, especially given the fact that he'll be on his second term, is that he'll pardon or commute a lot of these sentences. And since I'm in Florida, it's like an everyday thing down here. But DeSantis has been super quiet. He hasn't said a word. Not only that, but DeSantis has made comments in the past that J6 was a horrible day. J6 was a bad day. I don't think he's ever come out and said that, they're getting what they deserve, because they're not. And that would be just misspeaking. But DeSantis had made comments like that. And then as far as Trump goes, we can have a whole conversation about it, on like an ancillary note, but it seems, it's just kind of weird with what, DeSantis is kind of being painted as the establishment guy a little bit more than Trump. But then Trump is now going up to South Carolina to kick off with Lindsey Graham, right? And he's doing all this stuff with swamp creatures. So, I don't know if Trump can get back and get elected without support from the swamp, right? What are your thoughts on that?
Right.
He did.
Yeah.
I mean, he did it his own way the first time, but right now, like if you looked to people like Alex Brusewitz, who's very pro-Trump, and then John Cardillo, like having a fucking war on Twitter today about Trump and, his time has passed and things like that. And, but it seems, I don't know, because I haven't met the guy, I haven't spoken to him, but it sounds like Trump is kind of leaning on establishment figures to get him back. I don't know.
I don't I don't know. I don't have the answer to that because I've not paid attention to that. I know that my polling shows that people who have been on board with President Trump have not even considered leaving President Trump, and nor would they. And I think I think there's a couple of factors, going into the election of 24 for sure. Not the least of which is the integrity of the election grid in itself as a whole. And so with that, that is a legitimate concern that the country should be paying attention to. Just look at Arizona currently. But I think people underestimate the power of the drive of the American spirit to align with someone who brought us up out of the political trenches before, the monetary trenches of the past of Obama. So they still see President Trump very much so now, particularly with every conviction. This is something for the United States government to consider. With every conviction of this nature, and every unfair trial, you do nothing but galvanize the people who have supported the President Trump, because the American spirit is such that they will always side with an underdog. And while people may not be as vocal or as supportive publicly because they're scared to death to do so, undoubtedly they can see where, there were people who were clearly in the wrong and criminally, just criminals that day. And there were others who were, like Mark said, sucked into the siphon of what was happening. And now they see where, people are being charged and sentenced, crazily, for trespassing, for God's sakes, when the left is currently burning down my city.
Right.
And so, but now I will say this, according to our APD, they are being charged with domestic terrorism. So there's that. Okay. But there were months of charges that were left on the table and our own our own vice president calling for funding, and, somebody send us $10 to get these yahoos out of prison. So there's that. So I think pundits alike, again, and people are forgetting that it's not going to be Lindsey Graham. It's not going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not. If we have a legitimate election grid, it will be the people of the United States who see Donald Trump and every person who supported him and all the hell that we've lived through for the past 2 years as the underdog, and they will show up in droves for him. Now, if he can survive the COVID injection conversation, which is a whole other story. But there's a question I had for you specifically, and it'll come back to me. I didn't mean to go, into the election.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, he made a comment, I think yesterday or the day before. He was like, "I saved 100 million lives." I'm like, dude, you got to get off the vaccine thing.
Right. Well, I think saying that he would pardon particular people, I think in non-violent people who are just literally on the property watching what's going on. I think that's, that will bode very well for him with a particular a voting base. But, I'm just curious, as to what this has done to the American psyche. I think it's galvanized, but it's also, I think it's terrorized, which was that was the intended effect, was to terrorize a base of this nation to get people in line. And it's really scary and it's very troubling. So, yeah, I'll think of my question and circle back to you.
Okay. Yeah. Circle back. Oh, man. So let me go. I have a question for Shipley. So for those of you that don't know, the Booker factors are something that's used in federal court by a judge, and what they can do is that, they are factors to be considered when imposing a sentence. They used to be mandatory. Let me just say this. It used to be that the guideline range. So you fall into a class history of 1 through 6, right? And then you have a level on your charges. And, not to make it too complicated, that's kind of how it works, right? And then whatever class you're in, you go down to the level, and that's your range of months that can be imposed. So just so you guys know what the Booker factors are, they're under 3552. 3553. And I just want to read them to you guys so you know what the judge can take into consideration when he sentences Mr. Barnett. So it says here, the court shall impose a sentence sufficient but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes set forth in paragraph 2 of this subsection. The court, in determining the particular sentence to be imposed, shall consider, number 1, the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history and characteristics of the defendant. All right, so the nature and circumstances of the offense, that's obviously the trial. The history, Mr. Barnett has no history. The characteristics of him. Number 2 is where the variances can come when you want to get out of the range. So let's just say hypothetically, Mr. Barnett falls between 168 to 180 months, right? That's his range. The judge can go below those, citing Booker factors here. So paragraph 2, the need for the sentence imposed, A, to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to promote respect for the law, and to provide just punishment for the offense. B, to afford adequate deterrence to criminal conduct. C, to protect the public from further crimes of the defendant. And D, to provide the defendant with needed educational and vocational training, medical care, or other correctional treatment in the most effective manner. I love educational and vocational training. That's like such a fucking...
Oh, and medical care. Don't forget. It's for his benefit.
Right. So the education and vocational training is just such a farce. So just reading out some of, there are more Booker factors, right? The need to provide restitution. There are some other things, but I wanted to toss out like the main 4 that fall under paragraph 2. Shipley, I know you were up there. You ran into Mark. You were on the 4th floor. He was on 6th. Mark kind of bounced around, but he was at the Bigo Barnett. To the extent possible that you can say, no history, not a felon prior, nothing prior. As Monica said, essentially years in prison for a trespass if you want to be on a certain perspective about it. What is your take on sentencing, if you want to talk about it, if you can talk about it, and the Booker factors being used as a variance to either impose a strict sentence or to drop below guidelines?
Well, I'd have to first say I'm not completely conversant on the charges that Bigo was convicted of. So
sure. Okay.
I know he didn't. I don't think he had a 111A count, which is the assault or otherwise impeding officers.
Right.
I suspect he had the theft of government property and envelope. I mean, that's going nowhere.
Right.
Because theft of government property turns on the value of the property. Well, how much is Nancy Pelosi's envelope worth? Obstruction of Congress. The obstruction of official proceeding. I don't know what Judge Cooper's history is. I don't think he's sentenced too many defendants. His name hasn't popped up too often that I've seen for defendants that have pled guilty, and I don't know that he's had another trial. But I mean, we had a verdict today too in the Oath Keeper case. I lost that one.
Right.
And so I don't want to talk too much about that case or that jury, and I have to be mindful that I'm going to be picking 2 more juries in the next 6 weeks.
Right, and so, the only question I have for you on that is just something that's it's not obvious. It's just it's been out there. Now the 4 individuals today in the Oath Keepers case, at least one of them, my understanding, if not all 4, I don't know because I just read the article. They were convicted of seditious conspiracy. Is that correct?
Yeah, all 4.
Okay, all 4.
And sort of the interesting angle there is that 11 defendants were initially named together in one indictment. 2 of those 11 pled guilty, so we were down to 9. Judge Maida divided the case into 5 defendants and 4 defendants for 2 separate trials, and all the defense lawyers wanted one trial. Wanted one trial with all the defendants in the courtroom at the same time, and it was a logistical issue. Was no courtroom big enough in the District of Columbia to accommodate 9 defendants and 15 or so lawyers, plus the government. So it was like, well, we just don't have a room big enough, so we're gonna have 2 trials. Well, so the first trial, Stuart Rhodes and Kelly Meggs get convicted of seditious conspiracy. but the 3 lesser players all got acquitted. Well, the 4 that were in trial in the second case were less than the 3 that got acquitted. But because Stuart Rhodes isn't there, they all 4 get convicted by this jury. How do you harmonize that? How do you harmonize 2 separate trials, which the only reason we have 2 trials is because the court can't provide a big enough courtroom to have 1 trial.
Right. I will say, at least in the Southern District, the state, I mean, we've had 9 to 11 people one time. We have a massive, I wouldn't say brand new, but we have a massive courthouse in Palm Beach County, and some of the ceremonial courtrooms are absolutely monstrous. Not so in federal court, anywhere in the Southern District. They're actually rather quite tiny, to be quite honest. But
there was an alternative. I mean, we proposed it. It could still be a DC case, but they have a courtroom that could accommodate 15 defendants right across the river in the Eastern District of Virginia. So 8 miles away.
Why didn't they do that?
He wouldn't cross the river.
Yeah. Let me ask you: have you had clients sentenced yet?
Yes, I had one sentenced this past Friday by Judge Howell to 78 months.
Okay, so for the 78 months in the guidelines, what were the guidelines, and was it on the higher end or lower end?
Well, okay, so that's an interesting situation. According to what comments you just made, that was James McGrew, convicted of a 111A count, meaning they did not allowed him to plead without the enhanced B version, which is the aggravated version of assault. He ended up getting 78 months because he was criminal history category of 5.
That's bad.
He had 3 prior convictions, which is 9 points, as you remember.
Yep.
9 points, plus he was on parole on January 6th for one of his earlier convictions. So that added 2 more points. So he had 11 criminal history points. 12 and up, or no, maybe it's 13 and up, is criminal history category 6, which is the highest.
Yeah.
So he was 5. If he had no criminal history, his sentencing range would have been 4 to 5 years. But with his extensive criminal history, his sentencing range was 6.5 to 8.5. But the A count, the 111A, has a statutory maximum of 8 years. So that was what he was bumped up against. Now, Judge Howell is one of the more aggressive judges in dealing with J6 cases, and she, did not hold back. And did not, with the criminal history category 5, it's hard really to argue for too much of a decrease. I did the best we could, but she still gave him 78 months, which was right in the middle of the guideline range.
Gotcha. Okay. And as you said, you're not aware with what Cooper was doing, so we'll see how that plays out. So if anyone, if you want to come up and speak or ask questions or have comments from Mark, who is at trial, or get Monica's thoughts, or get Shipley's thoughts, who's currently up there, there's not too much he can say since he has currently pending cases, but now's the time to request to speak and do that. Mark, do you have any comments before? And Aaron, do you guys have any comments or, just things you want to say, questions, whatever it may be, before we go to hands?
No, other than, I'm here for any questions that you'd have to be there to kind of experience, the things that happen outside the jury's presence. I did embed with the defense team. So, I pretty much, I had to tell them, in the first couple of days, they're all the time. It was off the record. And I said, guys, listen, I said, this isn't going to work. How about the default is you're always off the record. You're going to have to put me on the record because I can't deal with it. So, things like that. If you guys have any kind of personal or observation questions, I'm here for them.
Okay. Aaron, I know you probably have some thoughts on this. Aaron, are you there? Or did he pull a me and fall asleep?
He might be in the gym or something. Angry Aaron, are you there?
I have a question. What are your thoughts on his apology?
Or
Mark, go ahead.
Which apology, Monica? When he was on the stand, or the one we heard in the press conference, or?
I believe when he was on the stand and he said that he was sorry. that he attended. How do you feel? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
Was that the comment when he said that I'm not a criminal, but I acted like a fucking idiot?
It was during that testimony. Like,
Okay. That. Okay, but the quote that I just saw was that he apologized for being there on that day.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, Mark, go ahead.
So, and to go even further, Monica, on some of the things he apologized in that, because the question was, does he have any regrets? And he said, yeah, sure. I got a number of them, and of course I'm paraphrasing, guys. I don't have the transcript in front of me, but you're going to get the gist, and well, what do you regret? Well, I regret going. Well, why? Well, it's 2 years of my life, and this and that, and what it put my family through, and it's embarrassing. Okay, what else do you regret? I regret calling Nancy Pelosi a bitch. I don't like her. I will never vote for her. I don't think you should either. But I was a little mean. I was a little crash. I was a little mean. He regretted sitting on the desk and acting like a fool. He made that very clear. But then in the government's closing, they took all that as expected and used it against them in their PowerPoint, I call it. And they said, look, they put this long list of quote unquote excuses that he gave, and they used the things that I just mentioned, that he mentioned. And they say, hey, look, not once did he take ownership or show remorse. He's just upset at the things that affected him.
Right.
So,
do you think it hurt him, Mark or Crypto, to have actually testified? Or
I'm kind of with McBride that he didn't have a choice.
There's no way he couldn't have. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. I mean,
all the footage and photos he had to.
Yeah, I mean, Shipley can talk about this too. I mean, when you have a case that's on video, or you have pictures, let's just bring it back to a simple murder case or a simple robbery case, right? If you're on video, robbing, right? And, some of these places have great cameras. Some of these places have horrible cameras. I would never think that 7-Eleven would have amazing cameras. You just never know. If you're on camera doing this stuff, you have to explain it. You have to explain why you did it, right? Was it duress? Was it coercion? Voluntary intoxication is not a defense, but maybe involuntary intoxication is. The point being is whatever, and I don't mean it like this I don't mean this word the way it is. I'm just trying to phrase it for people. Whatever story or even bullshit you want to come up with, you have to explain it when you're on camera, right? So most cases are going to be, listen, my guy didn't do it. The government has to prove their case. The state's got to prove their case. However, let's say you have an operation with trafficking in heroin, right? And you have every agent there who's got body-worn cameras or hidden cameras, and they're obviously doing the transaction, right? And let's not say it's a buy walk where they buy the stuff and walk away, but it's a buy bust. So you buy and you bust. The guy has to get up there, right? He has to get up there, and he's probably going to be convicted, right? No matter what he says. But he has to get up there and say, well, I didn't know, or well, they're holding my mother hostage and I had to do this, whatever his defense is. But my understanding from Mark is they had numerous, I'm talking cumulative at this point, photos and videos of Bigo. And if he doesn't testify, they actually probably find him guilty even quicker, right? They're like, wow, so all this stuff's up there. He's on video and he's not going to explain to us at all why. Now, again, I don't want to shift the burden to the defendant because you never do that. The burden always stays with the government or the state. With that said, there are certain cases that if you just leave it open to their imagination, when you're on countless videos and pictures, if you don't get up there and talk about it, you're really fucked. So, when it started, I was talking to Mark and I'm like, he has to testify. He's got to explain something, right? I was sucked in, I tried to get out. And I think that story would have probably, and I believe Bigo, but it probably would have posed better for him if he didn't hang around in there for a while, right? If he went in and he was like, oh fuck, I'm sucked in. How do I get out? And then maybe he goes to the rotunda and he's trying to leave and the cop's pulling him back. But I don't know where he went, so maybe Mark can talk about that a little bit. I don't know where he went per se, but somehow he made it to some offices, right? So it's not like he was in and out. per se. So, I mean, that obviously was, I'm assuming, used against him, Mark. At some point, the government said, well, he didn't just leave at the first chance he could have. I mean, that's what I would have said.
Yeah, well, so as described, and I think it's a fair assessment, is like water seeping in, right? Like there was like the big giant hole which he fell into or pushed into or walked in. You interpret it into the Columbus stores. But from there, he was looking for a bathroom, and he even stopped for a moment and sat down and admired the large, beautiful painting of Abraham Lincoln. And so the the government does exactly what you said, Crypto. He could have left. He could have done this. He could have went left. Instead, he went right. They did all that. And then the defense is like, look, he's a wandering guy looking for a bathroom. Look at all these other people. He's not doing anything wrong. And he doesn't act like a buffoon until the journalists, kind of want him as their model, and he falls for it. And then he forgets his flag. When an officer the first time he's encountered an officer, she says, leave. He does. And he, in their position is he did it with such haste. He forgot his very sentimental flag. So
can you make a quick comment before I go to Aaron? Cause Aaron's back. So I definitely want to get Aaron's take on this. Especially when it comes to some state issues that he's been talking about. Can you can you talk to the people about, essentially like the closed book quiz they gave him on the Constitution, and also on his flag being dragged on the floor?
Yeah. I can. So on Director Cross, I forget how it started. I think it was Cross, but it doesn't matter. They start to ask him, hey, what's a patriot? And he says, oh, a patriot loves his country, does it. The word patriot was a big deal because apparently now there's different definitions, right? Like you can probably know that if you have a pulse to anything that's happening politically. So both sides are painting him as a patriot, but they both, I guess, have different definitions. So well, what's yours, Bigo? And he said, well, it's the, love for country, do anything for the country. Never let the flag touch the ground. He said that. I knew because I watched this footage. I said, oh God, that's going to come back. And sure enough, when he returned the next day on Cross, and they really let him, never touch the ground, never touch, yeah. And he knew where it was going. And he's like, well, not intentionally. And they're like, but you didn't say intentionally. It was, in my opinion, nitpicking. But the what was the other thing other than the flag touching the ground? Oh yeah, what was it, Crypto?
When they were fucking quizzing him on the
Constitution.
Well, what does this say? What's the Third Amendment? What's the 11th Amendment? What does it mean?
I got you. Yeah, so they go, I love the Constitution. I love the Constitution. I die for the Constitution. That kind of thing. And then they're like, okay, what's the first? And he's like, free speech. Assembly. Second, that's the guns, And then,
that's the guns.
Okay, what's the third? He's like, I don't know about that, And then they're like, all right, how about the fourth? And I'm like, damn, Big O, fourth is a gimme, And
right.
But by then he was unnerved. You know what it looks like when someone's in kind of test mode and they're like, oh shit, and they can't even write their name on the paper. That's what I saw at that moment.
Right.
And he's like, I don't know. And they're like, okay, the fifth, I don't know. Like the 12th, and by the way, the 12th has to do with procedures in the government, like the certification or whatever. It has to do with presidential stuff. And he's like, I don't know. And then they're like, but you said you mail out constitutions to people, you die for it, and you only know 2 of them. And I thought that was not necessarily a good play because I'm like, how many in the jury can name more than 2 or 3 themselves?
Right.
But it didn't matter. It ultimately didn't matter at all.
Yeah. Let me go to Aaron. Just on a total side note, because it popped up right in front of my screen. I don't know if it had anything to do with the Jackson, Sarah Ashton, Cirillo debate, but Sarah Ashton Cirillo's account is suspended or temporarily unavailable because it violates the Twitter media policy.
Yeah, I know why. She had a Ukrainian flag in your, not your profile picture, but like your background picture, and it had blood on it, and that's a violation. There's rules per your background photo. So my understanding is it's temporary.
Gotcha. Okay. Aaron, listen, man, we got a lot of people hanging out in DC. Maybe not having well, first off, let me ask, are you even there?
Yeah, I'm fucking here. Okay, give me a break. The one time I pull a crypto, and don't even start. Okay, that was
No,
two
dude.
times you've done it to us.
I know.
You know the best part when Aaron, the best part is when you start being angry, Aaron, and you're screaming, the microphone can't handle it, so it gets all muffled, and we don't even know what you're saying.
Listen,
it
man.
Shouldn't be that muffled. I wasn't even that loud on that one.
Listen, man, I'm getting older. I fall asleep at night.
Yeah, we know.
I know. I did it twice. So let me ask you, what's up with the states, man? Is this a totalitarian federal government and the states have their hands tied? What's going on?
Dude. I mean, I told y'all Bigo was nailed to the wall. There was no chance for him. He's the poster boy. Between him and the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, they were going to nail these guys to the wall. They had to set an example, and because if they let them off, then the lawyers would have just been able to, go at it full force with everybody else. So no, I mean the states are being the cowards that they always are. Our governors have no balls. They don't fight for their own people. I thought we were 50 states with a DC that was supposed to keep us in, kind of in unison together. Seems more like DC gets to tell 50 states what to do, and it's not even a state. So, I don't know where states' rights and the power of the governor and the power of our legislatures went, but clearly DC runs everything, which I think we all know that by now, and we don't fight for our own people anymore. We might as well not have states, because if our legislatures and our governors and our representatives don't care about the people from their states, then what good are they as states? This might as well just be one massive country at this point. One state. I mean, forget the fact that we have 50 individual states. So that's my biggest problem with it is, and I've told y'all this multiple times when y'all had your polls near end of the year, that I still think January 6th is the biggest political problem we have in this country. You can do all your elections. You can do whatever you want, people. You can worry about the vaccines, which I have my problems with all that too. But if they can wrap up your people as prisoners of war with no ability to truly fight, even no matter how good the lawyers are, guess what? Your elections don't matter, because as soon as they're just going to lock your ass up. They're going to lock every one of us up because we don't have freedom of speech, which the First Amendment is actually meant to protect us against the government with speech. That's the main reason for it. So we don't have it anymore. We can't talk. We can't do anything.
Yeah, this is super simplifying the entire J6 thing, but you look at places like Peru, which I'm pretty sure it's Peru, getting fucking lit up, right? You look at Brazil, right? There's obviously other examples of governments being overthrown, having actual coups, having actual violence going on, right? The president has to flee or things are burning down, right? Where Monica is, I don't know. I'm just watching at night here and there, but from what I've already seen, they've already lit a shitload of police cars on fire. They're firebombing banks. There's been way more carnage already in Atlanta. This is like, and it's been going on for 2 to 3 days. Atlanta is already worse than J6. But, J6, oh my God, you walked into the Capitol, it's like, well, what is the Capitol per se? There's like these two takes on it. One is like, it's a sacred place. How dare you try to overthrow the government? Like a bunch of boomers going there with no weapons is going to overthrow the government, right? Because as Biden has told us many times, your AR-15 means nothing against their military, right? They have tanks and they have planes. So if you have an AR-15, you're going to get fucking killed anyway, right? So what good is your gun? Which, if you're going to go by that logic, then let us have our guns. Don't take our guns, because by your own statement, you're going to fucking bomb us anyway, right? And then there's the other side, which is, listen, the Capitol is the people's building, right? They should be allowed to go. It's been locked down for 2 years. They should be allowed to go in there, right? I've never seen a quote real insert. Again, just Google Peru, Google Brazil. Look what's happening with tanks and actual people. It's night and day, right? No fires are being set inside. People are walking through the ropes. The fact. Listen, I love Bigo to death. I spoke to him as many days as I could. Mark put him on the phone for me. I'm not going to disclose our conversations, but at the end of the day, I look at Bigo and I'm like, this guy is a well-meaning guy that fucked up. And when I say fucked up, he got caught up in the day. He didn't hurt anyone. He did some fucking loitering and walking around that he probably shouldn't have done. But at the end of the day, he sat on a fucking chair that he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have been there. And then at some point he left. No one got hurt. When I say no one got hurt, I'm not talking about the 5 people that were J6ers who got killed that day. None of the police officers died that day. There was one cop who, I don't know who he was, who had a stroke or whatever, but that was natural causes days later. Ashley Babbitt gets her head blown off from a guy fucking hiding in a corner. So my point being is, if this was just to give everyone my take on this as a state and federal prosecutor or prior, if this was a case that somebody went into a, let's just say, non-sacred place, and they walked around, they went into a business and they went in and they fucked around and they sat in I would be like, okay, listen, dude, you're going to go on probation. I mean, listen, this is a probation case. It's dumb. Right. But that's not what's happening here. You're getting trespass cases, essentially trespass cases, right? You can add whatever charges you want to bring up. You can bring up seditious conspiracy, which hasn't been used since the Civil War era, right? You can bring up all this stuff. At the end of the day, these are trespassers. Bureau of Prisons, then I've had traffickers, drug traffickers, I've had people kill other people and get less time, right? So it's like it's not adding up to me. It's not making sense. So
look, Crypto, we just need to rename it from January J6ers to the winter of love. And it will solve everything, right? Winter of love, summer of love, it's all the same thing.
Well,
right? What's the difference?
Right. Well, I'm going to.
Oh yeah, we did destroy everything.
Right. Well, I'm going to toss this bomb out there, which no one's not going to like, but they're not black. I mean, I'm just going to say it. They're not black. If they were black, this would be totally different. They'd be like, oh man, I don't know. They just wanted reparations and listen, it's not a big deal and this, that, and the other. But, I mean, I've never seen race play such a issue. I think Monica had to take a phone call. I think she's coming back. I think that's what we spoke about prior. But there were issues, like if you look at some of the shootings that are happening, like the guy what was the one out in California? Like, we're not even hearing about that, right? Why? Because he wasn't a white supremacist or a so-called white supremacist. So we're not going to cover that one, right? And that's just one example of many where, Mark always keeps asking for the defense. I love it. So when people get arrested and they show the guns and drugs with like the cops.
Oh yeah, New York.
Yeah, Mark's like, show us the suspect, show us, and they don't do it, right?
Name him or show the
and
picture.
They don't do it.
Would love both.
But It's interesting when he's white, they do, right? It's like this, Highland shooter guy, right? Cremo or whatever the fuck his name was. Like, he was all over the place, and rightfully so. But so anyway, that's my fucking rant on that. But there's not equal treatment that's being done here by J6, and I don't know. I'm just not smart enough. I haven't learned it. I don't know, if anything, of what the House can do in GOP power, considering A, there's arguably a uniparty, and B, whatever the House is going to do, the Senate's going to knock down, and then you have Biden, right? So. No idea if they can do anything on that. All right, let's go to, I'm trying to think here. I know Parsons had his hand up, and then Lou's had her hand up. So Parson, we'll go to you, and then Lou will come to you, and then we'll go to Mike and Tom. So Parson, the floor is yours, sir. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm luckily exhausted because I got to be up at 4 a.m. take my wife in for surgery tomorrow at 5:30.
I'm sorry.
So, it is what it is. After listening to both you and Aaron, I think the room needs a little bit of this. A little Carpenter's action, we're on top of the world, Anyway, no, I'm just that's a gig I'm on today.
So hold on. Am I not musically inclined to know that song, or am I too young to know that song?
I don't know. Do you know the Carpenters on Top of the World?
I'm 40. Should I know them or not?
Well, I mean, yeah, for goodness sakes, I was probably 6 years old when that song came out, and I'm 56. So I don't know. I know songs that are older than me.
Yes,
But
yes. So maybe
I remember like Hootie and the Blowfish when I was 6.
yes, Hootie and the Blowfish. Yes,
and I think they're outstanding, by the way.
Yes, and
absolutely,
the Dolphins made him cry. So
I want to lead off with this because I think it's important because these two are humble men, despite what you might think of them. They are very humble men. And tomorrow I'm going to be making another donation because I think we need to build a pot for them so they can move fast without worry. Okay, so everybody, kick in a little something. Let's give them some room so they can move fast on things and not have to consider it. I think that's important because I will tell you, Mark's insight, along with Crypto's insight of his experience in the courtroom, has made all the difference for me because I don't watch television anymore. I don't. As a matter of fact, YouTube TV. I only turn on the boob tube to watch history, documentaries, a handful of series that I like, but I don't go there for any news because it's all fake. So I think the most damning thing here was, the deal with the flags and swinging his hands and trying to get people to come. What do you think, Crypto?
Yeah, I mean that was obviously from my understanding, and I'll go to Mark from here, but my understanding was that was kind of his going head to head with the police officer of, listen, again, there's a lot of egos in the room, right? And in that particular circumstance, doing the waving and essentially possibly being construed. If I was arguing against him, this is how I would argue it. I would argue that he was trying to put this officer in danger, threaten her life, bring more people in. And again, the whole thing today with me getting on a plane, then getting off a plane to get up there in time was a whole story, which we'll talk about later, but I wasn't there for the actual trial part. But as far as that goes, Mark, I'm sure the defense mentioned it in closing. I would think they would have. Did they mention any sort of, because you could phrase that incident as being malicious, willful, wanton, trying to harm someone, right? So when they were crossing him and or in closing, what did you see, Mark, when they were talking about, you were essentially trying to get a mob to come over to this cop?
That's exactly what they tried to say. And,
Right.
and by the way, that was, I could be wrong, but I think that sort of officer interaction was part of the superseding indictment. I think that's where McBride is talking about that they essentially prepared a case for 2 years, and then recently in December he gets this additional charge. And if I'm wrong, it's still the same thing. Sometimes the plan goes awry once the game starts, right? And then the game being the trial. So right or wrong, once it's in the trial, that became a crucial, pivotal issue. And Bigo's, sort of the issue is, look, he exaggerates. He's a little bit of a boisterous. He's not he's a leader, but he's a leader in Twitter land. He doesn't have, per se, troops behind him that he could summon to attack an officer. He's there with his two friends that
But he tried, though, right? And in addition, isn't he lucky that the crowd didn't respond to his call?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say yes. Mark, go ahead.
Sorry, had a lot of ghost pepper here while you guys are talking.
Good excuse.
No, thanks, and I love it. By the way, if you really want to crank up the impact of your hot sauce, put it on pretzels. It just opens the pores. Anyway,
I was trying to spread your COVID through Twitter. Okay.
I got two short ones, guys. I want to get through this. Mark, finish your point. Let me ask these two last short ones.
Okay, I'm already distracted, so
no.
What I was
so
say,
Mark, his question was, which I agree with, isn't Big O lucky that the mob didn't come?
Well, yes. Yeah, it'd be far worse for him. But what Big O on the stand said that the motion was, and that his attorney walking through, is that there was, in fact, an officer involved, physical fight, female on female, actually, I believe, just to the side of him. And he's trying to, Big O's defense is, I was summoning a journalist with a very proper camera, to document this. And, that was what Bigo said. And I think it is what it is. It didn't work out for him.
Yeah, I don't think the jury bought it.
I don't think they did either.
And you already covered the PSI report, Crypto, so I don't have to ask about that. So that made it real short. I got a little bit of an analogy, and I want you guys' opinion on this. And I think the defense could kind of use something similar, but maybe they haven't been to these types of events. But I'll give you an example, and this is my example. I went to the Detroit Lions-Buffalo game on Thanksgiving, and there's only two ways out of that stadium, and it was standing room only, almost 80,000 people in a stadium built for 64,000. And the northwest way is the way we were leaving, and there's a northwest parking lot that can only exit out one way. And there was lots of law enforcement there. They were trying to keep the people from crossing the street so the people could leave. And most of the people followed that instructions, but every time the officers would turn their back or try to move people back, crowds, 50, 60 people would, start streaming across, blocking the road for 100 yards, say, for example, backing up that traffic. And I think that kind of speaks to how the mob mentality. And then lastly, I'll land on this. Hey, listen, Trump could walk down on Wall Street, shoot somebody with a gun live on television. We're still going to vote for him. I don't care if he goes kissing up to Lindsey Graham to get money out of his pocket, because Lindsey Graham won't be calling the shots when Trump is in the office. And I'm just going to land it right there. And I'm going to go. You can drop me down a listener. I'm sure you got a lot of people want to talk to you. And Cece dropped her hand. So if you can get her back up here, I'd like to listen to her. And I'm going to go fall asleep to you guys. Peace out. Love you guys.
Brother.
Peace out.
Hi, brother. Have a good one.
Carson. Also, if you want to take Carson up on the donation for our cause here, it's in the nest, but no big deal.
Real quick, what I want to do is I found I didn't find it. Someone in our chat sent me the YouTube video of the hiking walk stick so everyone can get a really good look at it.
It's off the nest picture, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, no, this is a video of it. So not only is it a video, but she shows you how it is. So it's really hard for me, it was hard to grasp how the taser device is up by your hand. But long story short, it's now up in the nest. Take a look at it. What I want to do real quick is just play the video. She's really loud. She talks with a high voice, but I want you to hear. It's only a 3-second burst. I want you to hear. So this is coming through YouTube, but imagine if you were sitting for a full 5-second burst and you were within, 10 or 20 feet of this device. The video really, really helps me put my mind around what this hiking stick is, because I don't hike, nor do I tase people, or not people, but fucking bears, hogs, whatever, right? I have a gun.
You don't hike and you don't strike, huh?
I don't hike, I don't strike. I walk on the sidewalks, drive my car, and have a gun. But let me get to the point where she talks, and then she plays it, and then here it goes. Hold on.
Personal security products. We are based out of Little Rock, Arkansas, and this is our brand new product that we have called the Hike and Strike. This is a walking staff that also has a stun gun and a flashlight located at the top. It's perfect if you're hiking, walking, anything of that nature. You've got your flashlight here at the top. Drop your hand down and you got your on button here. Stun gun right here. 950,000 volts of electricity.
All right, so that was the noise. So essentially the camera and the noise just essentially go bonkers, and you could see it light up. So if you guys want to look at it, it's only a 40-second clip above. Take a look at it. And it's super interesting, right? Because when I think of a walking stick, I'm thinking of like putting my hand on top. You're not putting your hand on the top of this.
No, it has a cap. And
okay.
And the government made a point to say, look, in this photo, the cap is off. In this photo, the cap is on. In this photo, it's off, and this one's on. So the government says he had, I don't know, what's the term, some sort of preparedness mentality where he was preparing to assault. Of course, the defense says, no, he jostled around and he dropped it and he picked it up, and that's how he cut his hand, was on the spiked electrodes.
Now, I don't know if this is possible, but when AUSA Gordon let it rip.
Yes.
When he let it rip with his accidental discharge, was the cap off?
No. the cap was on.
Interesting.
And it was muffled, and it was still loud.
So it
not as loud as it would have been if the cap was off.
Right. So it was muffled, but it can still fire apparently with the cap on.
Yes, it's rubber. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, guys, take a look at this walking stick, which is I think similar to what the one that Bigo has. I got to be honest. I don't like the design. I don't want to put my hand anywhere near the top of this thing. But anyway, that's just my take on it. I'm just trying to give you guys some insight on that because I will fucking tase myself. So anyway, all right, let's keep moving on. We're going to go to Mike, and then we're going to go to Tom and Joe. So Mike, the floor is yours, buddy.
Hey, I just have a couple questions, one for each of you, Crypto, and for Mark. Tangentially, Mark, the question for you is, what are they building out front at the Capitol? And is that in response to Jan 6? I mean, every time I see pictures on TV, I see a lot of construction going on out front in the Capitol. And for Crypto, nobody probably asked this question either. What would happen if Bigo fled the continent? Mm-hmm. I mean, because that's what I would do. Would he be a fugitive for the rest of his life? And would the FBI, what would happen if he did that?
Yeah. So, in a funny, comical way, me and Mark had a conversation today about,
joking. Yep.
Yeah. There's a funny conversation, like, somehow getting his monitor off his leg and like putting it on a chicken or something where like the chicken's running around. So they still see the movement. However, yes, I've had that happen once to me where the person was on house arrest without a monitor, and we ended the trial, and then they left. They came back, found him guilty, and the person was gone. He was found later, like 6 months later, in New York. So in anyone's circumstance or Bigo's circumstance, cutting that ankle monitor is going to have people on you very quick. You need to, just speaking out loud, don't do this stuff, right? Just joking, haha, don't. But you need to, I would think, find your way somewhere to like Central America and just, Bigo's not exactly the person who's going to blend in there. You need to, and yes, you will have a bench warrant. You'll have an arrest warrant. And, some people can get away with it. Very few people can. But, me and Mark were talking, if you have the money, if you have means, if you can make your way to Dubai, that's a very rich, nice place to be. If you have the money and means, that doesn't have any sort of
better with the exchange rate if you go to Russia, because I don't think they're in the business of doing really good deals right now and exchanging. They hold on to the U.S. prisoners, like I mean, look at Brittany Griner, that they had to give up a serious person for her. So I would think Russia or Dubai. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, whatever it is, the bottom line is Russia and Dubai aren't down the block. So to get there is going to be very difficult. I've had people flee before, during the pendency, they don't show up to just like a status check, right? And the next thing you know is their names go to it happens pretty quickly. Their names go to all the airports, train stations, things like that. And I would say 9 out of 10 people at some point are found. Whether it's just so difficult these days not to be found, right? I mean, credit cards, phones, unless, even if you want to use Bitcoin, right? You're going to use a Lightning network, and it's just, what do we do these days that you're not going to be tracked somehow? So yeah, unless you just got a bunch of cash and you're going to, use it and have enough of it. Very difficult if you're not super wealthy. And if you don't have a private jet with someone who's just going to take off for you with no flight plan, it's difficult, man.
Right. Willing to ruin their career to get you away.
Right.
So the feds, they would spend the resources and the time to go after you, even on a trespassing case like this.
Well,
on this guy, you better believe it.
Yeah. When you say spend the resources, they're not going to deploy SEAL Team 6 to Central America to try to find him. But what they will do is they'll alert every embassy, they'll alert every country, they will alert all the planes, all the airports, they'll put him on a list, all the trains, they will put him out everywhere in America, and then they'll send it out to the embassies, consulates, whatever place that we have treaties with. And, believe it or not, at some point, most people get caught because it doesn't take much, right? If you're in a country that has relations with the United States, you can run a red light and get pulled over, and the next thing you know is your name's popping up on something, right? So, it's difficult, right? It's difficult. Like, unless you just, like I said prior, unless you have like a G5 and you're hopping in your private jet with no flight plan and you're going to land in Dubai and, you got your 5 million, 50 million in Bitcoin, it's rather difficult these days. I mean, everything we do. I mean, I talk to Mark about anything, and the next thing I know is on Facebook and Twitter, I'm getting fucking advertisements for it, right? I say something to like Alexa, and all of a sudden, it's on my phone, it's on my computer, right? So these things that we have are listening to us 24/7. So it's really become difficult to get away.
And don't forget the 6 countries he would touch before he crosses the finish line.
Right.
They'll all extradite him in a heartbeat. Grabbing a J6 tier 1 terrorist. They'll all be celebrating. They don't even know who he is. They'll be like, the guy from the photo. The terrorist. So
yeah,
good luck. I'm not saying impossible, but he would need some. And he's 62 also, so you got to
Okay, I got it. So what are they building out front, Mark?
Look, I don't know, but I think the Capitol's been under renovations for a while, and I think that's what the scaffolding was already in place for on J6. But specifics, I don't know. But I drove by. It looks hideous. It looks hideous still today. And they put up white around the scaffolding, like somehow that makes it look better. I mean, whatever. It's pretty hideous.
Did they find more Biden documents in the construction?
in his old office?
Right. Yeah.
In the drawers that no one opens anymore, because everything's electronic. Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
That's a good idea. They should go see his old offices and check the closets because
Well, they actually found more documents. I think it was yesterday or today.
They are.
Yeah. They found more again.
It's still early too. Just wait till they find worse things. He could be resigning. He could be. Anything could happen. Give it time. But like I said, I put the tweet out. Kamala Harris the President Biden. He has passed 2 years and a day. Now it's a couple days, 2-3 days. That means that his term is official in terms of a full term. And that means that if Kamala Harris becomes the president today or tomorrow, it doesn't count as a term for her. So she gets to ride out the rest of this one if she takes control.
No pun intended. All right, let's go to Lou.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Sorry. So real quick, I was going to ask a question of Julie Kelly, but she left. My question is this. I want to know what are the grounds that they can appeal? Is there one that may be valid enough for an appeal? Also, do we feel like the fact that there was a consecutive trial for the Oath Keepers at the same time, which may have been reported on, because my understanding is the jury was not sequestered, correct?
That's correct.
So I could be sitting, going back to my home in D.C., and even though I'm not supposed to be watching the news or hearing anything, we know that there were news reports going out, Oath Keepers, on top of the fact that Richard was on trial at the same time. Is that, do we not feel like there was maybe a potential? I feel like something that you say that individuals, and hear me out for just one moment, because you say to me as Joe citizen, these individuals who went past these barriers that some of them on video look like the cops moved and went into a building that some of the video shows the cops opened the door. You're telling me that that was such a serious crime that they were trying to overtake the United States government, right? And possibly kill or harm or beat or do whatever to documents to sitting Congress. And you don't sequester that freaking jury. You sequester the jury for a guy that, like, you know, shoots the clerk at the 7-Eleven, but you don't sequester a jury for this.
Well, I got to be honest, Lou, in the trials that I've done, which is in, you know, well into three figures, I've only had like two cases where they've sequestered the jury, and you know, it's really highly unusual. It's cases where usually they go hand in hand with the change of venue. So the two cases that I had, we went to the northern, which was great for the government, which was great for me. We went to the Northern District of Florida, which is much more conservative than the Southern District. We went to the Northern District one time, and then we went to Tampa another time. We picked a jury there, and then we bussed them back to the Southern District of Florida. And then, obviously, because they were from out of town, they would be bussed to and from the courthouse from a hotel, which, you know, they have a police escort, you know, the press and media and people try to follow, but, you know, they obviously block you off. So you can't really find out where they are.
But the logic behind it, right?
I don't think one has anything to do with the other, quite honest, though, to answer your question.
And I do, because I think that when you have somebody who, when you have two different trials going on at the same time, and one of them is sitting there saying these people are part of, you know, a terrorist organization, a militia, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and this guy, he just, you know, he was with them, you know, on the same day doing similar activities. You don't think that would taint a jury? To me, I feel like that would be a grounds for appeal.
Well, okay. First, I can say it's not grounds for appeal.
Well, I mean, technically, unless a juror said, "Oh, I happened to see a headline about the Oath Keepers," but that wasn't our trial, right?
Right, exactly. And then you'd have to go in a little further and say, well, what did you hear? You know, did it affect your decision? Things like that. So I think ultimately what it comes down to is, in a state courthouse, especially in a populated area, you can have 20 to 25 trials going on at the same time. And in a federal courthouse, while the federal government should be more limited, and they certainly have less trials, there's still probably 3 to 4 trials going on at the same time all the time. So it's not like one trial is taking up the entire courthouse. I mean, in Palm Beach County, we have, I think, a 15-floor courthouse with, like, I have no idea how many courtrooms, but, you know, there's probably some days 5 to 20 trials.
Palm Beach County, you got you know, reckless homicide, you've got this, you've got that, you know what I mean? Like, you know, a tax evasion, you know, embezzlement. Like, you have all kinds of different trials.
Lou, there's no solution to this because they're not moving anybody. So if they have thousands of defendants, they can't take them one at a time.
Well, but the people so the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, whoever it was, they were on the 4th floor. Bigo's trial was on the 6th floor. Those juries never saw each other, and the judges and the bailiffs and the marshals make sure of that. They never see each other. They use different entrances and exits. They use different pathways in the courthouse. They use different elevators. They will never see each other. They will never come in contact with each other. That's just the way
the better. That's going nowhere, in my opinion. I don't know, but I would say that the more appropriate one is that.
I mean, essentially what you're saying is you'd have to shut down every courthouse to have one trial at a time.
Right.
No, but I get what you're saying, but I'm just saying, I feel like that as an individual defendant versus another case at the same time for the same day, similar actions as a group or a designee, assembly of individuals. I don't know what the exact legal term is. I'm trying here to therefore, but whatever that group is, whether they named a militia, terrorist organization, whatever. I just feel like that for as much as you tell somebody not to do something, you aren't there at their house watching to make sure that they didn't turn on, you know, the Channel 4 news or whatever. I just feel like it set him up for what could have been an already biased jury to make it just 2 more notches more biased.
Yeah. I got you, Lou. I got you. I mean, it's not going to meet the legal standard, but I got what you're saying.
And I guess I'm a little
I understand
frustrated
it.
because I've been listening to you guys, and I'm just so angry because, you know, and I've talked about this before. To me personally, I feel like this is everybody's uncle went down there and said, well, the hell with this. We're going to stand up for ourselves. After we watched the Summer of Love and buildings and city blocks being burnt down and windows being smashed and everything going on, we're standing up. We got to do something. If what's the saying? If no good man doesn't stand up or whatever, like they had this mentality or this thought, this belief that I'm going to go there and I'm going to say, hey, no, we're not going to take this. And things kind of got a little there. But to me, I feel like there's a lot of these guys that just are watching what they thought they were going to see the future be crumble before them, and a lot of them have been involved, in defending our country and everything. And now we're in this situation where it's like they're like and I don't mean this about him, but like just you imagine your drunk uncle like, well, hell, I'm going to go over there and give him a piece of my mind, and I'm going to stand there with my flag, and you're not going to tread on me, and we got to come, and they're all going to prison. But some assholes who believed a lie go out and steal Prada purses and bust through Louis Vuitton and burn cities down. Like what? 25 people got arrested for something and maybe went to jail for a minute. When the Democratic representatives donated to their freaking bail money, I guess as an individual American right now, I'm just like fucking pissed at just the blatant disregard for the law and the applying to the letter of the law to another group. And with that, I will yield my mic.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that there is weaponization of the DOJ that has currently ramped up in the past year and a half or so. But you also, most people in this room, while we're not an echo chamber, most people in this room are kind of on the same grounds. Mark and Aaron do the same face at the same time. Most of us think the same. I'll give you a very quick crypto story. So, kind of funny, kind of not funny. I didn't tell Mark just because it happened so quick. You guys know the dating site like Bumble and Hinge or all that shit, right?
Never heard of them.
Yeah, right. So anyway, long story short is I go to grab coffee yesterday with this chick, and I go there and we meet up and we go there and we're talking about whatever. And because me and Mark are talking constantly, J6 comes up. This person thought that J6 was the worst thing ever, that they were all domestic terrorists, and that, everyone's getting what they
tell her where you're flying to?
No, I didn't bring that up. I was trying to not make it so fucking uncomfortable.
To ruin your odds, but go ahead.
Yes, I was trying to ruin my odds. But this person was like, she's sitting there drinking her whatever fucking latte or whatever she got, and and I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm like domestic terrorism,
half soy chai latte.
Yeah, something like that, right? So, and she pulls up in like her, like, I think it was like a Model X Tesla and all this stuff. And I'm like, so at some point, it just came up and she was like, yeah, again, this is someone who's probably super uninformed, but they have an opinion and it's as whatever, it's at least to them, it's their opinion. What can we say about it? And from her perspective, either watching the news or otherwise, she's like, listen, they tried to overthrow the government and, this was a coup and, blah, blah, blah. And they're domestic terrorists. And I'm sitting there and I'm like drinking my coffee and I'm just like, what do I say to this? Right. So I'm like, well, what about the fact of blah, 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 blah. But my point is not everyone has our views on this. We think of it as a trespass and, not really a horrible day. And other people, I mean, like Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, who probably fucking cuddle each other at night, probably with Kinzinger in the middle. They think this is like the worst thing that's ever happened. So I don't know. We need to find like a J6 liberal room, like a really J6 liberal room, and go in there.
Yeah, I would love to.
And listen to we'd probably get banned, like kicked out immediately, but like listen to what they're
asking questions. I love it when I ask questions and they freak out. It's a question.
Right, but I at least want to hear like the crazy, and I shouldn't say crazy. I just want to hear their take. Crazy on like how bad it was, that day. And I mentioned to the person yesterday, I was like, well, the only people that got hurt that day, and she was like, oh no, cops were killed and this, and I was like, all right, well, this is not a good conversation to have.
Of them.
Right. I'm like, this is not a good conversation to have with fucking uber liberal here. But, people have different views. And, I think if there was an uber liberal in here, they'd be like, how could you guys possibly downplay this? Right.
There's one down there.
Oh, Cliff.
Where? Cliff.
We do want to get your opinion on the jury here, because you and Aaron were very serious about that the other night.
I'll invite Cliff
when
up.
You're ready, Cliff. If you're ready.
We'll get to him.
But you guys should let Tom and Joe talk first.
Yes, thank you, Lou, for helping guide the space.
Keep their shit straight, Lou, because I've been letting them run too long.
So now I get to be the uber liberal, not just the Democrat.
Oh, yeah, you're the resident uber liberal Democrat tonight, Cliff.
Okay.
Whatever it is. No, Cliff, hold on. I'm going to go to Tom and Joe, and then I'll come over to you, Cliff. So, Tom, the floor is yours. What do you want to talk about on Bigo Barnett, buddy?
Yeah, I really like what Aaron had to say earlier about all of these different characters and the fact that they're like the poster child for J6, and so the federal government's obviously going to come after them hard. It's like they're screwed no matter what, basically. There's nothing that they could say to really bolster their defense. And, the fact that these people have served a lot of jail time for what really simply amounts to like trespassing is obscene, considering what liberal judges do here. Here in Houston, Harris County, they just let a guy out on a $2 bond, $1 for each charge, and the judge was doing it because we're trying to pass a law in Texas to keep judges from doing that, essentially from letting people go on personal recognizance bonds, which are basically free. And so he's like, oh, well, we'll just charge them $1 per charge, basically, and call it a bond. And this guy goes out and gets arrested for beating the same woman, harassing the same woman. And so, like, the double standard we have here between what our federal government's doing compared to what our state and local government's doing for, basically trespassing versus, violent crime, and how these people are being dealt with is insane. I think it's, there's really no good in-game for them. But I did want to say this. If I was there, I might have to do this.
So many amendments in the Constitution of the United States of America. I could only choose one. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Who is that? Dave Chappelle?
The question, did you secret document that I think you need to say?
Yeah, it's like the best scene ever. But I might have actually had to pull that if I was those guys, man, just to like maybe have the jury like realize I'm a normal person. Perhaps maybe that would have been my best defense. Who knows?
That's funny, man. Yeah, it's tough over there, and Bigo's definitely got his fair share of publicity, so it's tough. But all right, let's head over to Joe. Joe, great to see you. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, thanks for letting me come up here and speak. I was just going to go off what Lou said. The Summer of Love response by the police and government, that to me set the precedence that if you're angry about something, you're allowed to go out to the streets, burn things, cause violence, deface statues. And I think even during that summer, a few people actually got killed. So then you see the January 6 people go down there for whatever the reason their cause is, because I don't get involved in that, but just looking at it in the way of enforcing the law. And I don't think anything got burned inside the Capitol. I think, you had some property might have gotten destroyed or taken. You have a couple fist fights with the cops, which to me, being in law enforcement, I mean, that happens. It is what it is. It's not like, I guess what I'm saying is that all that stuff that went down, like Bigo was what? Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. Was he in jail for like 4 months before he got released?
About a year, I think. But
Yeah, I mean that is, and to me that is insane. I mean, I deal with pretty much felons and violent criminals, and we will work a whole case, and some of these cases take us to DC a lot. Like even a case I'm working now, and I'm working a case right now because the guys got let back out and they're back at it. My sense is that those are serious crimes that people should be in jail, and Bigo being charged for this stuff. They're minor charges. At the end of the day, it is trespassing. And the people that don't see that, like that drunk girl at the bar, or wherever you were, she just looks at it as she probably doesn't like Trump and she doesn't like anybody associated with him or anybody who's there to support him. So It's okay. And she goes along with it, not like stepping outside and, stepping back to look at it as it's really just a trespassing. And I think you're correct on if it was another group that was involved that day, or Antifa, Black Lives Matter, people would be irate that why are they going after this group so hard? Why are they charging them excessively? Why are they in jail? They didn't do anything. They're not violent. And I think it's just because at the end of the day, it's all political. People don't like Trump. They don't like anybody associated that likes him. And
hold on.
Yep.
I'm taking Cortana out. That was really annoying. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying that it's completely politicized, and to me, it's super obvious. And if you don't see it, it's because you just can't stand Trump and one group, that your whole judgment and reasonableness is just blinded. I mean, it's very easy to see what's going on. And like I said, because that whole summer, the FBI, police were told to stand down, don't do anything, don't interfere because they're angry. Let them get their anger out. It doesn't
stand down.
Yeah. I mean, I watched the Baltimore City riots from where I was on the outside, and those guys were told to stand down and let that chaos happen just because the people were angry. It doesn't make any sense.
Mark, you hear that?
The quote was, give them, for those that want to destroy, give them space to destroy. Am I right, Joe?
Yeah. I did surveillance that night down there on the rooftops. It was chaos. I mean, and it was allowed to happen.
Was that still Marilyn Mosby at the time? I think so.
Yes, it was. Yeah, because she came out saying
she's under federal indictment, crypto. That's a trial I think I may have to go to.
Stand down, Mark. Stand down.
Just remember, give power to the people sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just to me it's completely obvious what this was all about. And anybody that says if they were actually trying to overthrow and whatever, it seemed like to me they outnumbered everybody. They would have done it. It was just people getting down there angry, acting crazy, and that's it. That's what it was. But that's like a normal protest or riot. It wasn't like anything I thought crazy. And I'm pretty sure talking to some of the January 6 people in some of their spaces, I think a couple of those cops beat a woman to death, which was apparently rewarded. Biden gave them the medals at
that was what was her name? Was it Rosalind or something?
Yes, yeah, that. So that to me is insane. That's excessive force, and I'm saying that as a cop, as a detective, you can't do that to people. You can't beat them to death at a protest. You know what I mean? That's never okay. And for some reason, that was completely ignored, which tells me, and the fact that the left applauds it tells me that it's all because it was Trump's people. That's it. I mean, that's the only thing I could say about all that.
Yeah, I agree. They're definitely. I think they're making it pretty simple where they're making it out to be Trump. And, it was the election and, you have a place that voted, in the highest of numbers to, for
I think
Biden.
the trial in D.C., I mean, that to me doesn't even, I mean, Bigo was, if you ask me, I mean, the odds were against him right off the bat with that. I mean, I think Kyle even brought it up. There was people lining up to want to be part of the jury. That never happens. Nobody wants to be part of a jury.
It's interesting. The only not guilty that I can think of was the Sussman trial, right, where they brought up Hillary Clinton. So it's like it's a super weird place, and I don't know what's going on, but it's I think it's pretty obvious at this point you can't get a fair trial there. So yeah, I agree. So I don't know.
Crypto, it's just us xenophobes getting our turn to be treated like crap. Come on now, you got to be like a Democrat. It's what we deserved. It's what we deserved.
But hold on, do we have state xenophobia too? I mean, I thought that was kind of like a country.
I mean, xenophobia covers everything. Don't worry about it. It's just us white people getting what comes to us. Okay, just suck it up and take your beating.
Well, man, I wish I could tell more about my personal life. Mark knows exactly what's going on in my life, where
not unlike mine.
It's yours isn't racial based. Mine is.
No, it is not. It is not racial based.
Mine is
Jewish. Is that what's going on here?
Mine is 100. Mine is 100% racial based.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll deal with it another day, though, counselor.
Yeah.
I'm going to advise you to not talk about it.
You're going to advise me. I love it.
I'm advising you to move along.
All right, sounds good. Let me go real quick to Mike Engelman before I go to Cliff. And actually, you know what? What I'm going to do real quick is I'm just going to bounce some hands because Cliff is going to bring a firestorm with him. So let me get some hands out of the way first. Mike, what's up, brother? Great to see you tonight.
Yes. Just dropped in here. I heard a couple of comments. Roseanne Boylan was the one that was beaten by the cops.
Yes.
3 other Trump supporters died that day. No cops died. Released the 14,000 hours of video surveillance footage inside and outside that building that day, and you'll see what happened on January 6th. It's bullshit. DOJ is undefeated in jury trials out there. No judge was going to allow a change of venue. My question is, what's the chances on appeal? Like the rest of them, is it going to take years, or is Bigo screwed?
Well, I mean, so I can't answer that question because I wasn't there, but from doing my trial and from what Mark has told me, if there are legal issues like the stun gun or, going off, or anything that the appellate court can review de novo, which is kind of like with a fresh set of eyes. If there's anything they can review, that's legal. So jury instructions, any legal decisions the court made, which I don't think there was many that were controversial. Those are usually your best chances of appeal. I am sure other people have gone up to the DC Court of Appeals, which is not a friendly court for defendants of J6. And I'm sure they've made the argument of the J6, committee going on, all this stuff going on, right? So, the answer is when you're appealing, you're always going up against massive odds, right? Trial is your best shot. When you go up on appeal, you're going to have to show abuse of discretion by the trial court judge on most factual matters. And that's very hard to do. The appellate courts don't like to second guess the trial court judge. He's there, she's there, they're in the moment. They give great deference to the trial court judge. So if there's anything factual or, unless it's clearly an abuse of discretion, allowing some evidence in after a proffer or, an argument by both sides, the appellate court's going to uphold it and sustain it. So, who knows? Maybe the jury instructions were improper on a couple lines or two. I mean, I've seen that happen actually more times than I can count, right? So, a lot of places, so I don't know. I mean, I was talking to Mark about the charging conference, and Mark was kind of saying they were doing jury instructions as the trial was going as well. So I don't know. I did not see the final version of the jury instructions, but, that's the number one way, trials usually come back. And the DC Court of Appeals, I don't know who's on it, but it's just kind of known to be a liberal court as well. That's not where you want to go up on appeal.
Well, I guess my other comment is that all these misdemeanor jury trials, these people are getting outlandish sentences while Antifa does whatever the hell they want across the country and they don't get nothing. It's just absolute bullshit, and that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. It's very, very difficult. So, all right, let me head over. I'm going to go Tamara, American or America, and then one by land, and then Cliff, I'll come to you. Tamara, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. It's actually Tamara, but
I'm sorry,
that's okay. I'll
Tamara.
just let everybody know. I raised my hand because I wanted to clarify on the Roseanne Boylan. She was beaten by Lila Morris, and I want to say Lila was. I want to make sure I get this Capitol Police or Metro Police, because those are important distinctions. If you go to stophate.com. On capital offense, the ugly truth behind the 5 deaths from January 6th and 7th. I actually worked on that article with Taylor Hansen, who was right next to Ashley Babbitt when she was murdered by Lieutenant Byrd. And then Roseanne Boylan, Gary McBride was the one who was able to pinpoint Lila Morris, who was highlighted at the following Super Bowl as a hero of January 6th. She was the one who beat Roseanne Boylan over the head with the stick when Roseanne was already unconscious and on the ground because of the gas. And Philip Anderson, he's here on Twitter if you follow him, he was right next to Roseanne Boylan. And a lot of the violence that's being portrayed was in reaction to the violence that was perpetrated on the peaceful crowd. So stophate.com has that article. It's very well detailed. And it's important that when we have these conversations about the deaths of January 6th, that we know what happened to them, who they were: Kevin Greason, Benjamin Phillips, Roseanne Boylan, Ashley Babbitt. Those were the 4 who were killed on the day. And then Officer Sicknick, who was through negligent homicide, you could argue, but I'm not the attorney. I'll leave that to you. But it's been proposed that he died because care was not administered to him. And he's included in that article on the 5 deaths. And there was one other. Freedom Isn't Free is a new documentary that was just released by Jake Lang. Many of you are familiar with Jake, and the team, again, put that out. It just dropped over the weekend. I think it's already up to 50,000 views, but you can find it on Rumble. And supporting the J6ers by really, those of us out in the public, to have the facts. And that's why I appreciate spaces like this, and you're kind of breaking down the court cases, because we need to understand how that works so that we can, as the public, put the pressure on, because they're not going to find the justice. I think you cited the case, Trennis over at Condemned USA, Trennis Evans, who is one of the J6ers, also was trying to work on the change of venue because they can't get a fair trial in D.C. These jury pools, 90%, I think, voted for Biden. It's not going to happen there, but we can put the public pressure on and say, quit using our taxpayer money for these political persecutions. And then I was going to ask your thoughts of, because I agree with you on the appeals, that it's really hard. They typically, because it's their playing field, right? They're not going to go against their own team. They're just skins and shirts, who's on which side of it. So I had worked on the pardon, Flynn Now. I was co-creator with Pasquale Scopoliti on that, with the resulting in the first ever pardon of innocence for General Flynn. We laid out that case, and wondering your thoughts, Crypto, on pardons of innocence for the J6ers, because we've sort of been doing some work towards that end as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I really have a short. I spoke about it prior. My really short statement to that is, I do not see DOJ and Biden doing any sort of that kind of work, even if the most egregious case is laid out.
No, maybe even it might take, pardon my interruption, but might take till like the next 2024 if we'd get a more favorable president.
Oh, no. I think President Trump has laid it out, whether he believes in it or not, or whether he's doing it for votes. I mean, both can be argued the same way. President Trump made a comment that, he would be, pardoning J6 political prisoners. So whether he does that or not, I think it's much more likely to happen under Trump than it is to happen under DeSantis. And I think it'll never happen under Biden. So, so there is a base that's going to be locked in under Trump, because of what he's saying about J6. The only thing I've heard DeSantis say about January 6th was, something along the lines of it was a bad day. And he did place some blame on the J6ers, which I'm not saying there's no blame for J6ers, but, when you take a case, when I'll just make it simple. When you take a non-violent misdemeanor or felony and you wind up giving that person, any sort of prison time. I mean, any sort of prison time. So that's 366 days or plus. If you do anything like that, in my humble opinion of being a prosecutor for a long time, you're not serving justice. You're just overly punishing someone. And there are prosecutors that do that. There are prosecutors that they don't give a fuck. The other person's just a number or a name, and they go about their business and they don't think about it. I think it would do a lot of prosecutors good, especially either state or DOJ, but to spend some time doing criminal defense work, because it changes. It's not just a name or a number. You learn about the person. You learn about mitigation, but these prosecutors, some of them are, just out for blood. So, as I said prior in a space before, the biggest two factors in your case is not really per se. I mean, okay, so notwithstanding the evidence put before you, but I would put it up there as highly with the evidence put before you would be is who's your prosecutor and who's your judge. Right. There are some judges that give you a monster trial tax if you go to trial. There are some judges that don't. There are some judges that are defense friendly. There are some judges that are government friendly. And who's your prosecutor? Is your prosecutor just a total fucking asshole who's going to just do whatever it takes to win? Or is it a prosecutor that wears the white hat, right? There's all sorts of personalities when you're talking about prosecutors, state and or federal. So there's a whole mix of them. Let's go over to American Patriot Relief. You have the floor. And Laura Loomer, if you want, I'll send you an invite if you want to come up. So go ahead, sir. Or ma'am.
Thank you so much for bringing me up. And Tamara, oh my gosh, I feel so blessed that there's so much information out there beyond where we speak. My name is Jaleese Middleton. My husband is Mark Middleton. We're the founders of American Patriot Relief. We're also J6ers facing 9 federal charges, 2 of which are felonies, looking at a potential of 40 years. And we never breached a barricade. We never went into the Capitol. We did have a confrontation with police after they attacked us with batons while we were in prayer. So, I come up here to fill you in on Roseanne Boylan and Philip Anderson's story if he wasn't in the room somewhere. And Tamara has already done that. And it brings me hope when I see that the information is getting out now and truth is starting to be revealed. Things don't look good for us. Our trial's not until August. And I'm just not going to stay silent. I don't care if the rest of my life is spent in prison. The truth has to come out. We are getting railroaded. It is a disgusting situation what they're doing to us. We had never been in trouble before. And that's what made us form our foundation. And we're just reaching out in every direction trying to help the J6 community. Meanwhile, we have went with public defenders and stepped out of receiving any proceeds, all in hope of being able to clear a path for others as they come up through the pike. But thank y'all for hosting spaces like this and educating the community.
Hold on, Crypto. I got to give her a hard time because she didn't say hi to me, and she knows who I am. So I'm not happy with her right now.
Wait, who is
So
this? Where?
this is Aaron. You know who
Oh,
Come
yes,
on, you
I
had me done.
do know you.
Jeez.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, I was talking to Mark the other night. So yeah, Mark's case, their case is really jacked up too. What they did to them, they didn't even go in the Capitol. If you hear Mark's case and her case, what they did, it's atrocious. Like it's one of the worst things of any of them that I've heard of what they did for someone who literally didn't even go in the Capitol. They just got their asses beat and then raided at their homes. Yeah,
exactly. And got a 1512 charge on top of it that I would love y'all's input on that 1512, but I do not see how in God's green earth they've got a standing on that.
All right, all right. So before we go to Cliff to see how this goes, we're going to go 1 by land and 2 by sea. Go ahead, buddy.
So I stuck my hand up when Joe brought up Roseanne Boylan. To this day, I cannot believe how they whitewashed Ashley Babbitt's death. There's something called POST. It's Police Officer Standards and Training. It's universal across the United States, federal agencies, local, state, etc. A police officer, a law enforcement officer, is allowed to use deadly physical force when he is in fear of serious physical threat or serious physical injury or death, or he feels the need to protect a third person from the same, and in rare instances, escape. There's video of Boylan. As an aside, there's video of Ashley Babbitt. Bird was behind a barricade. The litmus test doesn't even come close to being met. He was reckless. At very least, it was manslaughter. I don't know how they gave this fucking guy a medal and allowed him to retire. He's the same guy who left a loaded firearm in a public Capitol bathroom. I would be in jail today if I did what he did. He should have been prosecuted. I hope her family sues the living shit out of him and the Capitol Hill police and the people who whitewashed that investigation. If you read the impotent Civil Rights Division, and mind you, it's been impotent since before Trump, to include Trump era. But if you read the Civil Rights Division, it keeps using the phrase, it wasn't willful. Well, that's not the standard for manslaughter in the sense that, for murder. They kept saying murder. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment as a former law enforcement officer, as someone who was involved in 4 deadly force incidents. The first one, I was 2 weeks out of the academy. I'm sitting in a radio car with my field training officer, and 2 drug dealers decide to shoot it out 30 feet from the car. That was my first. There is no way, and the law enforcement community remains silent. There's no way anyone, including people in the law enforcement community, should permit this death to just dissipate. I cannot believe people were not enraged. I cannot believe the appropriate people in the media were not enraged and did not pursue this. It was probably the one incident in the entire affair that went away with unbelievable speed, and no one said a peep. Yes, her name is invoked from time to time. I just cannot believe that this man got away with a crime on videotape. That's I'll land it there.
Thanks. Mark, do you have any comments or no?
Not tonight. Another night. I'd like to keep it to Bigo, but
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go to Cliff here. Cliff, you said that last space we were in before I fell asleep. I recall you and Aaron. Is Aaron even here? I can't find it. Yeah, there he is.
What?
Well, you're not in the top row.
We might have
so.
to co-host. Monica's clearly not coming back.
All right, I'll move you up. So Cliff, you heard the statement given by Joseph McBride. DC not a state. DC 95-96% in favor of voting for Biden. Jury of your peers. I don't know if any of those people. I never met the people. I never made it to the trial, but I don't know if any of those people would be quote unquote peers of Richard Bigo Barnett, philosophy wise or otherwise. Go have a beer with him. What is your take, not only on Richard Bigo Barnett, but I guess I have three questions, Cliff, and I'll just toss them all out there at the same time and we'll just kind of work it out. Or actually you and Aaron will kind of work it out, but I have three questions. I think I have three questions. One is, what is your take on getting a fair and impartial jury pool, right? So that means you can have bias and prejudices, but you got to be able to put them aside and you got to listen to the case, right? So that's number one. Number two is, has J6 select committee and the media coverage essentially tainted any chance of a fair trial in DC with the politics of what's going on there? And, they're all kind of tying in together. And then what was my third one with J6? You know what? We'll just go with that. I can't recall what the third one was. If it comes back to me, it comes back to me. So essentially, what's your take on the juries, the guilty verdicts, and would not that Cliff Moskowitz would do anything of going into J6 or going into the Capitol, but would you feel that you would be getting a fair and impartial jury if you were happen to go there? So, I mean, that's kind of where we left off last time, and now we have a new guilty verdict. So, Cliff, I will heed to you, and before I'll be able to unmute, Aaron's going to start yelling, so we'll just go from there.
Well, that's okay. I forgot who was yelling at me the other day. He was very unhappy with me, but that's okay.
I'm pretty sure it was Aaron.
No, Aaron was too, but he wasn't the main guy. There was another guy that was really.
I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, I think you can get. First off, this has almost been like a self-fulfilling prophecy with you guys from the beginning about this whole thing. Not you specifically, Crypto. I'm just speaking generally about the space. That this is what was going to happen, and it's happening, and can't get a fair trial. And, I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I don't know how many people live in Washington, D.C. or in that area. Plenty of people do. I think, believe it or not, I could have had an open mind on that jury if I would have been given, the legal parameters of what I needed to follow. I could have done it, and I voted for Biden. So what? Does that mean just because you vote for somebody that you couldn't possibly be on a jury and be fair and impartial? Of course you could. And the other argument that I found really kind of distasteful was when he said it wasn't even a state, which kind of implied almost like they weren't Americans. I mean, I didn't like that at all. We're all Americans. I don't care who you voted for in an election, and we all have the right to sit on juries. And and actually, Crypto, I wanted to ask you, and it's kind of off point, but I was going to ask you, because you do this kind of work. If you don't raise the change of venue before the trial, do you waive that on appeal?
Yes.
So why on God's green earth wouldn't they have made that argument before the trial?
They did.
And then cry about, why would you cry about it after if you never even raised it before?
No, they did raise it, and it was denied.
Okay, so they did preserve the grounds for appeal.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't know that, but that's what I wanted to ask you. But yeah, I think that you could get a fair trial. I think that a lot of people in here expect, don't understand the concept of a jury of your peers. A jury of your peers is where, in the venue of where this all happens. That's the jury of your peers. If and I guess they want him to be tried, the J6ers to be tried in some place like Mayberry or somewhere. Mayberry may be too old of a reference for a lot of people in the room because it's an old, show from the 60s. But basically like a small southern town, we're very conservative people living in it. And that's not reality. That's not how the world works. You get a jury, but you get the jury from where the thing happened.
So, Cliff, let me ask you a quick question. I am in the Southern District of Florida, and being in Palm Beach County, we're predominantly white. And a lot of the trials I did were firearms trafficking and drugs trafficking. And I would probably say 95% of my defendants were black. Do you believe that when we select a jury of 12 upper class, white males and white females, because we are predominantly in Palm Beach, especially in certain areas, we are predominantly white here. And then as you go down to Broward, there's more blacks. And then as you get to Miami-Dade, there's obviously more Hispanics. But how would you feel? Because I've heard this brought many times by defense attorneys. How would you feel if, which has been the case personally for me, that there's a black defendant and my 12 jury members are white upper class people? Would you consider that defendant is getting a jury of his peers and that he's getting a fair and impartial jury?
Well, I guess I would have to say that, I'll answer your question, but I think first and foremost, what distinguishes this case is that the jury pool, apparently from what Mark was saying, was comprised of very different people. It was of a broad spectrum. And it also occurred, in the venue where the event happened. And, in what you're suggesting or what you're saying is there's a poor black kid that's going to get, that's sitting there and he's going to be sitting in front of a jury of nothing but, white people, upper class, that probably have a bias against him. Do I think that that's right and fair and reasonable? And I don't, but I would, if I really thought I had a legitimate basis to go against that, I would, I'd move for a venue change or something. It may not work. But, I've always thought Palm Beach was pretty diverse. I know there's a lot. I know about the rich part of it, but you go out more west towards the lake and stuff, and there's a lot of agricultural stuff going on over there. So, I obviously, I have clients that are from up in that way, but I don't really go up there that much.
Yeah. So, for Palm Beach County, if you head like 40 miles west to the edge of the county, you'll come into Belglade, which is like 98% black. Very few, if any of them, actually show up to jury trial in West Palm Beach or in the Southern District in general. So, but back to my question, but because public defenders or private attorneys, I've heard this argument time and time and time again, not only on their motion to change venue, but when we select a jury, they will make this statement. And I've heard it so many times, I can repeat it like verbatim. They say, look at Mr. So-and-so, and they may say it in opening, but usually it's during the voir dire. They'll say, look at Mr. So-and-so. He doesn't look like a lot of you here. A lot of you here are white and upper class, it seems, and things like that. So I guess my question is, and I would probably say 9 out of 10 times they come back on a guilty verdict, and whether that's through the evidence or otherwise, there's a whole stuff that goes into a guilty verdict, right? But I guess my point is just breaking it down. There is, if you had 12 people that were white, West Palm Beach, Boynton Beach, Lake Worth, Boca Raton people that were sitting on a trial, And then they look at this guy who is not like them, right? He doesn't live in Boca Raton. He lives out east by I-95, and he doesn't look like them, and he's a younger black male, and he's charged with firearms offenses and heroin and fentanyl. Is that a fair and impartial? Should 12 upper class white people, is that the jury for him?
Probably not, but I can't imagine that. I mean, if that happens, obviously I don't do jury trials, so I defer to you, and I don't live in Palm Beach, so I defer to you. You know, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about that. It's hard to imagine that.
Can I chime in?
No,
My hand was up. Oh, I got to wait. Okay,
hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold on. Good. Yeah, no, Cliff, I'm not. Obviously, I'm going to the edge, right? Not every time do we have 12 white upper class people. I'm just quite often there is Hispanic or two, there is a black male, a black female, but predominantly in the Southern District, it really is white juries. I mean, predominantly, when I say predominantly, 9 times out of 10 out of the 12 people, you'll have 10 people that are white. So, I mean, but yes, I'm kind of going to the extreme to make the point of, is that a jury of his or her peers? And then, because what I'm going to do, Cliff, I think you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring, the race, and then I'm going to just kind of bring it over to an analogy of politics, right? So, these defendants in J6, let's just go to J6. If you go to J6, you have these people that are Trumpers. And then you have and there really are Trumpers, right? Like they're pro-Trump, right? Really, you can see it, it's all there. Because what happened was they were there that day, allegedly, if you can prove it, to stop an official proceeding. And then you have the DC people that are by numbers. I don't know anything besides numbers, but by numbers, very, very much Biden. And there's animus between them. So my question is, can you really get a fair and impartial jury if you have, and again, going to the extreme, Cliff, on this one, so feel free to bring it back. But if you got never Trumpers in your jury box, I mean, are you really going to come out with a fair and impartial jury?
Yeah, because I don't think everybody there is a never Trumper. Just because they voted for Biden doesn't mean, they may, I take that back. They may be never Trumpers, but that doesn't mean that they can't still be fair and impartial to somebody who is who follows Trump. Like I said, I think I've made it pretty clear when I've been in here that I can't stand Donald Trump. But if I were on that jury and I had specific jury instructions and I had to follow the evidence, I would. We all have our own biases, and we all have our own way of looking at things. But I can say that until I'm blue in the face, and the people in this room I don't think are going to believe me because I voted for Biden, and I can't get past that. There's nothing I can say.
Well, right. Well, I mean, as you say that, Cliff, I happen to believe you. But I mean, you would honestly be, from someone who's done jury trials, you would be more the exception to the rule, that you could be fair and impartial and put your biases and prejudices aside and listen to the facts of the case. Most people will say that. When you phrase it to them that way, they'll just go ahead and say, yeah, sure. But in reality, they're going to take them back there with them. And I mean, I think it goes a little bit to Bigo Barnett's trial that they had extensive jury instructions. To go through those, it would have taken you 2 to 3 hours minimum. They came back in under 2 hours, which to me shows two things. One, they never read the jury instructions. They never went through them. 2, they never asked for any evidence or to look at any evidence. They never asked for any playback. They never asked to look at anything at all. 3, they never had a question for the judge on any part of the case. So to me, they showed up on Monday ready to gack the guy. So, and really in under 2 hours, more like an hour and a half, they probably, if I had to guess, they probably skimmed through the paperwork and then went to the verdict form and probably spent a good 30 to 45 minutes making sure the verdict form was filled out properly. To me, that's kind of skirting your duties, unless you're a professional juror, which is another conversation, which we don't have professional jurors. Should we have them? I don't know. But to go back there and just have a verdict on such an extensive and complicated case in an hour and a half. I mean, I don't get.
I
Yes, go ahead.
I get your point. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and and maybe that happened. I can't say that it didn't. I didn't participate in it, or for whatever reason, they may have felt that the evidence, the key points that were made, were overwhelming enough that they really had already decided what was important to them when they sat down in there, and there were maybe 2 or 3 things that they said this, and this guy is, we feel like this guy is guilty. I wasn't there. I don't know. I understand the point that you're making, that when a jury comes back that quick, they've already pretty much made their mind up. I don't know if they disregarded stuff, and I understand your concerns about bias. But I also heard the lawyer that I keep forgetting his name. I apologize. The guy who's trying the J6 cases, and I thought he said, and again, I may have misunderstood him, but I thought he said that on some of those other trials, that some of these people have actually been acquitted.
Not on jury trials.
I'm sorry, what?
Not on jury trials. It's been smaller cases, not on jury trials.
Yeah, I don't know, but so Aaron, I'm not correcting you, but I think I don't think the DOJ has gotten guilty on all charges on all cases.
Finally they were at first, yeah, like you were saying originally, but Shipley was saying that some of them have finally, gotten some, but it's more on like blatantly obvious, like they just went way too overboard, like not a chance at bucket snowball, chance at hell even on this case thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, the other thing that I would say, I never talk during my trials, but I think you have to take into consideration, like, certain things that people may not be aware of. Shipley, when he comes in here, as much as I love for him to talk, he can't speak his full mind. He's got J6 cases going on. He's got J6 cases coming up. So he really can't say what he wants to say. McBride still has to go with Bigo Barnett for sentencing. If you noticed at the end, Joseph McBride made a point to compliment Judge Cooper. That wasn't by accident. That was because I have to go back before this man, and Bigo Barnett's life is in his hands. So I'm not saying Judge Cooper didn't do a good job. What I am saying is that most attorneys, especially from the government, we make no comment on our cases. From a criminal defense perspective, if you're going to make a comment, it's the same shit we always hear. Listen, I disagree with the verdict, but we respect the process. And by the way, the judge did a great job. That's what everyone says, a criminal defense attorney, because what are you going to do? Are you going to go out on the street and say Judge Cooper fucked everything up and he
fuck that guy?
Right. Like, you're not going to piss him off. And I mean, the government's going to come back with that and say, oh, Judge, and by the way, we're just going to play a clip for you. And, saying things during a trial, I would always advise against. But there was a press conference, and I think, Mark, who was the larger gentleman who, because it was pretty much over, but then he brought up Judge Cooper. Who was the larger gentleman of the defense team?
Brad Geyer.
Okay, so Brad Geyer brought up, I think he said like Judge Cooper was great. And then maybe he was. I mean, maybe he was. It sounded like that there were no issues in the trial, and that's always great. Judges should be like referees. Good referees, meaning that they're not really seen or heard. Like, you watch a basketball game, the referee should not be the main highlight of the game. The basketball player should.
Have you watched recent NBA?
I know. But my point being is that if you watch baseball, right, balls and strikes, things like that, the umpires should be like refs. You can see them, you don't really hear them, and if you have professionals in the courtroom, there shouldn't be that many times you need to go sidebar. So maybe Judge Cooper did a great job. I'm sure he did. But it's also, you're going back before the man who's going to decide whether, and I have no idea what his guideline range is. When I say he, I mean Bigo Barnett. I have no idea. He should probably fall into class 1 or 2 though, which is towards the minimum. He has no history, but the levels on his charges are just going to add up, right? They're just going to add up. And I don't know what enhancements are going to come from probation when they're done with, the recommended sentencing report. I don't know. But yeah, so I mean, all I'm saying is I would take comments from attorneys during a trial with a grain of salt. I mean, we've all been there. We know what we have to say. But at the same point, at the same time, Mark was there. Maybe Judge Cooper did a great job, and I don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, it sounds like Mark is saying he did.
My problem with all this is Cliff, when you come up here and you talk, and by all means, I have no problem hearing the other side. I appreciate it, honestly. But when you come up here and when crypto gives you the literally exact scenario, and then you make comments about, well, I would probably move to try to get another spot, and then you say when an area is known as 90 to 93% Democrat, and you say, well, it's a fair trial. Would you say that Hillary Clinton would get a fair trial if we dropped her ass in rural Texas? Would you say that's a fair trial for Hillary Clinton? If she came out here and did something stupid in Panhandle of Texas, or hell, let's go East Texas, and she did something stupid, would you think it'd be fair to have that trial in East Texas? Would that be fair? Would that be jury of her peers?
Well, Hillary Clinton is a political figure.
Ask the question. I'm
answering your question. I'm drawing a distinction between Hillary Clinton and the J6ers that you don't want to acknowledge. Yeah, I don't think that she could get a fair trial.
Okay, then you answer the question. You don't think she'd get a fair trial?
Area where they hate her guts. Yes, I don't think that she could. But I don't.
So here's my question. J6ers, hold on. J6ers were supporting Trump in a 93% Democratic area. So do you think any J6er is going to get a fair trial if they're known to be Trump supporters in a heavily Democratic area? Or even for say, is that fair or not?
Let me put the same question to you. If a Democrat was on trial in a highly Republican area, could a Democrat ever get a fair trial in a high Republican area? And
it depends on the area, but it depends on what the scenario is. But probably not. It's probably not.
Anything.
If you had a Democrat that was like Hillary Clinton in something in East, like let's go East Texas, hardcore 98% Republican, and you brought Hillary in there, and she said, "I want to change a venue." You know what? As a Republican, I'd be like, "Yeah, she's going to fry to death right there, so we probably should move her." But would you say the same if Trump is getting held up on charges? Would you say that we should allow it to happen in D.C. when it's 90% Democrat there? Is that fair to Trump? Is that fair to J6ers who are basically being lumped in as Trump supporters? Is that fair to them? Because that's not a jury of their peers. And that's what you keep going with the excuse for this, that it's a jury of their peers. And by the way, to clarify, D.C. is not a state. Most people aren't born there. They're not a state. They don't get to count as a state. So I do have that. My statement still stands earlier, too. But I need you to be honest, Cliff. Like, I know you don't like Trump, but I would treat Hillary with the same respect if she was in a hardcore Republican area as I would expect Trump to be treated by Democrats. But Democrats don't return the same favor to our side that we're expected to. Like Kyle Rittenhouse. They refused to move Kyle Rittenhouse out of that area because they wanted to see him lose. But there was nothing to lose on because they couldn't actually make people believe the white people were black. So, they're idiots. They failed their case. So, there's not a chance a J6er can win in a 93% Democrat area when they're lumped in as a Trump supporter. And I just want you to understand that that's not fair to those people. That's all that we're asking for.
Okay, well, I will tell you that just because I don't know that you keep making it out like 93% of the jury pool in Washington, D.C. are Democrats. I don't know whether they are or they aren't. I'm not arguing your facts with you, but maybe that's true, maybe it isn't. What I am trying to tell you is you shouldn't be trying to figure out whether you can have an fair or impartial jury pool by whether you're talking about Democrats or Republicans, because we're all Americans. And that's the way our system is supposed to work, not based upon what your political affiliation is. And the difference that you can't see, I keep trying to draw the distinction for you, but you don't see it, is that Hillary Clinton is a public figure that is despised by a lot of people, okay, and has been for a long time. She was a terrible candidate to run by the Democrats because half of the country hated her, but they ran her anyway, and that's a topic for another day. But that's not the same thing as this particular gentleman and his trial. They are two very different things.
Cliff,
and if you start,
hold on, Mark. Hold on. So Cliff, I'm happy you said that, because what I was going to say prior when Aaron was talking is that these people, and these people, I would say, and this is a little different, so we may disagree. When I say these people, I mean J6ers. They're not the normal everyday person going to trial. So Hillary Clinton, I agree. I don't think if I was going to be selected, I could not do what Aaron could do. I could not put my biases and prejudices aside and judge her case fairly. I just couldn't. I would be thinking of Benghazi and other things, and I would just vote her guilty, right?
So I would fry her ass to the post. I could not be impartial to her.
Okay. So my point being, though, is that when you're labeled a J6er, I think it puts you in that extremist category that is not a normal defendant. You're not just a normal person walking in where no one's ever heard your name before. You're Richard Bigo Barnett, which if anyone has done any Googling of him or J6ers, he pops up immediately. So I would argue that Richard Bigo Barnett is a public figure. And if he's not a public figure, he's still labeled as a J6er. And if you're labeled as a J6er, that comes with a lot of animosity. And I'm not saying
labeled tier 1 terrorist, like designated.
Right. But I mean, besides being labeled as the government, whatever it may be. And guys, right after this, I'm going to have to charge my phone. So I'm going to go off for a little, not off, but I'm not going to be here for a second. I didn't charge my phone. I'm down to like 5%. My point being is though, when you're in trial as a J6er, to me, there is certain consequences and certain stereotypes that come with that as a defense attorney you have to deal with a jury. It's not like a case. Most cases, most trials, no one's ever heard the person.
I have a question for you. When is the last time you sat down and read the Constitution?
Mimi, have fun being a listener now. So my point being is that it's not most cases when you have a trial. No, Mimi, I'm not going to bring you back up. Most people when what? Okay. Well, all right. We'll move you down too. So my point being is most people with most cases, the jury's never heard of the person, never seen the person. It's brand new. Hillary Clinton, I think, is a little different, right? Everyone kind of knows her. There's animosity there that may not be put aside. Mimi, you want to act like a fool? I will remove you. So take a hike. Have a great night. So my point being is I don't think being a J6er rises to the level of Hillary Clinton. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that when you're before a January 6th, when you're a January 6th defendant, and there's been J6. I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock to not know what's going on, right?
I understand your point. I understand that they're not run-of-the-mill garden variety defendants. Right. But they're also not Hillary Clinton. You know?
Correct.
We agree about that.
Yeah.
But the problem and that I have with all of this is that the inherent bias that somebody who's a Democrat or anybody that's other than a Republican cannot be fair and impartial just because of their political bias I don't necessarily think it's true, and I think it's a dangerous slope because the same logic can be applied just the other way in a very red district for a very blue person. And when we start going down that path, it's not a good path because we are all Americans and we all have to sit on juries and we all have to sit on juries together. And you may not like the populace of D.C. and what it is, but that's the venue. That's where these people live. And, it's no different than if some, I bring up my cousin Vinny because to me that's the example to use, although he got off because his girlfriend was a great expert witness. But you take my point, right? It's the reverse. You're in the venue of where the thing happens, and that's just how it goes, unless there are extenuating circumstances. And look, maybe you guys are right, and on appeal, maybe the appellate court will see that the judge made a mistake by not removing it to another venue. I don't know, but the problem I also have is that you guys have not you, Crypto, specifically. I'm not picking on you, so I apologize if it comes across that way. But you have a problem with the entire political and judicial process to the point where unless it's trials being held in some entirely red jurisdiction, you won't be satisfied.
I don't think that's what they're saying, Cliff. But I think
No.
what they're saying, Cliff, and thank you. We are going to move it along, Aaron, in a second. But you said it. Unless there's extenuating circumstances, if you want to use politics influencing the criminal justice process, can you think of any more of an extenuating circumstance than we're in? And it's the politicization, I hope I said that right, of the J6 event, of anyone involved, anyone charged, and Bigo was next to the Shyamalan or whatever with the horns, okay? And by the way, I think Bigo is currently surpassing him in popularity because, that his case just happened. Then I would say he is almost a public figure, or it's the second most, probably soon to be first most famous picture of the day. So anyway, I think that's where maybe you don't think it's extenuating circumstances. Aaron does, and I think that's where that's where the crossing is. But,
Well, I think the crossing, real quick, too, Mark, before we move on, too, is that I would agree that most Republicans, if it was a hardcore Democrat that's well known, or like if you took a BLM and stuck them in the middle of a hardcore red district and tried to give them a fair trial, we wouldn't be biased. We would be biased, too. I mean, that's just a fact. Like, people are going to have their biases. And now, unfortunately, the political bias is too much to ignore. You can't drop that kind of situation on top of one or the other. It's just not right for anybody.
I'm just stuck on in Cliff's words, and he's right, is unless it's an extenuating circumstance, and I'm just struggling at the imagination of something that would be beyond this as an extenuating circumstance. I mean, that didn't involve, I guess, decapitations and executions, right?
Well, and that's what an appellate court will decide. I mean,
right.
they're gonna tell you if they think, and if not, they're going to put in a very very detailed opinion why it isn't, and
right.
you'll see why. But you have to let the process play out. Look, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't claim to be God. I have an opinion like everybody else does.
Oh yeah, fair, Cliff. I don't even claim to be right here either. I'm just identifying the separation.
I didn't mean to suggest you were doing that. I'm just saying I was trying to be self-deprecating about my own opinion. I don't claim the answer, man. But I have my opinions on this stuff, and like I said, I just think it's when you start going down this dangerous path of we can't get a fair trial if it's all red or all blue or whatever. We have our jury system is going to fall apart.
I agree, but I think that's a gross oversimplification. Aaron, Cliff, let's keep you up here if you want to.
Yeah, I'll shut up. You can put me wherever you want.
I might have to keep down for a minute, Mark, because we have a lot of hands and I don't have much space, so I might have to start moving some people down.
All right, Cliff, thanks, and of course we value it. Good,
we'll bring you back if anybody talks shit about you, Cliff. Don't worry, I got your back.
All right,
even though we disagree, but I got your back.
I wasn't blue enough for you today. I'm sorry.
God damn it! Yeah, I said you were going to be the ultra liberal Democrat today. What the hell? I need you to go even further.
All right, go ahead, Aaron.
I don't know who's next. Probably Joe. Let's go, Joe, and then Sean.
Oh, my bad. I didn't even realize I had my hand up. But actually, just to go with Cliff saying, I mean, I think that, I think it's more the fact that people, they openly are not acknowledging the fact that these the punishment and all that, even like prior to trial, the people that were in jail for months at a time over this. And a lot of it, there were some people that just walked in and walked out. The fact that nobody made an issue about this, I think, shows that there's bias. I mean, because if this was another group, Antifa or another far left wing, and we'll say Black Lives Matter, people would be irate and it would be all over the news. But you don't hear about it. So that's where all of this is like easily seen, that it's clearly being biased. So then you stick that with the trial in D.C. I mean, it's definitely, I mean, if you can't see it, then, I mean, I think people just they're not looking at it subjectively in the middle. I mean, I'd ask Cliff if he thinks that the maximum punishment for Bigo, Mark, what is it? They said it possibly 47 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mark, what is it?
Sorry, I'm over here tweet fighting somebody. I got to get this guy in space.
Focus on your damn space, Mark.
I think I saw it was like 47 years. Do you think that's a reasonable?
I think he's exposed to about 20 in reality. But I mean, I don't know the scale, and I don't know. I think about 20. But
even I would ask any lawyer, like, do you think that's a reasonable? Even 20 years, is that reasonable over this type of this type of?
The hard part is he's got 4 felonies and 4 misdemeanors, and 2 of them involve weapons, and one of them involves.
Zap.
Well, and real quick, just I don't want to go over it much, but what was the charge?
Hey, Joe, do me one favor. Hold on one second, Mark. Can you bring anybody up right now, like Tamara or anybody? Because I can't. It's like my whole space is glitched at the moment.
Let me try. I'm adding a couple requests.
Yeah, I can't. It can't do anything. Mine's broken. I need crypto to get back so I can drop and come back.
Yeah, looks like I can. Okay. So
okay. All right.
I'm just gonna go right down this line, adding these speakers. Joe, I guess to answer your question is, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the particulars of what he's exposed to, other than ballpark it of 20 years. And if I were to opine on that, it would be my personal view. Which is fine.
He was found guilty on all those charges. And what was the one about him waving his hand? What was that about?
That's the one where it was kind of, if you will, Joe, a federal obstruction of a cop. I don't know if you're state or fed cop, but basically they're saying that he impeded the officer in his official function. Where I come from, we call that obstruction.
Okay, I mean the fact that if you're saying he was waving his hand, but the fact that not one person was like, I'm not sure about that. I mean, that right there tells you. I mean, that how are you able to prove that based off of someone waving their arm? I think that's insane. I mean,
because the federal government said so.
Well, John Gross, one of the attorneys for Bigo, said today, he was the first one to say this. He goes, "Oh my God, they even got him for the envelope." And they overvalued the envelope because it has gold writing on it at 69 cents. So, the government, obviously inflated the number up to 69 cents because Bigo left a quarter, and Bigo thinks it's worth about 14 cents. So he wanted to be good on his, on his sort of field restitution. And the point is, John Grossman, very smart constitutional attorney, he's like, the real clue here, besides the speed and besides the guilty on all charges, he's like, they got him for theft of government property on a maximum 69 cent envelope that contained no message.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just think, like I said, it's just insane to me because being involved in trials or being the arresting whatever detective, having some of these charges, dropped or somebody found not guilty. I mean, that happens, but it just blows my mind that he was found guilty on all of them. It just, that right there tells me that there's obviously bias. I mean, and I can honestly say that I would be a fair juror, even in law enforcement, because I know how to look at things subjectively. Everybody else, a lot of people don't. They're just like, oh, I hate Trump, so yeah, that guy was guilty. He did this, but they don't even look at it and put themselves in those shoes. So, that's what I think of all that.
Real quick, I'll just say that, Joe, is I saw, just trying to body language it, and it's hard because they were all wearing masks. But I really tried to watch when they took notes, what they did, what they took note of. And I thought that there was a few jurors that were really behind him because it looked like they took notes at about 80% of what the defense said and only 20% of, the government. And I thought it would have, at least they would have held out longer than 2 hours. But go ahead, Aaron.
Okay.
All right. Tamara, since you got dropped out, your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. I just wanted to comment on and kind of put this question out there on the jury. It's not just whether they were Biden voters or the culture and climate of D.C., but you have to go back to January 6th. Right away, the narrative was put out. So you have MSM. Do you think these people watch our spaces? Do you think they are listening to alternative media? No, they're getting their news, these jurors, from the mainstream media who had the lockstep with the agenda. And you have to look at J6. Going back to it was the stopping the question. the election. No intention of stopping an official proceeding, but to say, as the First Amendment allowed, to redress a government, to say there are problems with this November 2020 election, and we do not consent to this going forward. Let's stop. Let's look at it. Okay. So right away, you had this whole campaign that heroes of J6 with Lila Morris at the Super Bowl. If you have heroes, you have villains. Who do you think those villains were that they made out all those J6ers to be? Using the words, the language. David Summerall, I worked on the writing history, the journalistic battle of January 6th, which we released June 4th, 2021. And it was the first sort of one in many to follow, which was great to see. But the first one that took the real raw footage and laid out the timestamps and the different perspectives. And, I see Shane in here, and I know he's worked with David and the team over there to get the truth out, because what was being told right away was not the truth. It's why Michael Byrd hasn't been prosecuted, because he got a medal, because they are sticking to that narrative. And I don't know if any of you have followed Ivan Raiklin, who's laid out the jurisdiction of the sergeant at arms and all of that. That's kind of a tangent, but for someone like Bigo, they were painted as violent insurrectionists in the media. They got that narrative out, and it was already out of the bottle. And by the time these trials come around, they can't put that genie back in there. I don't care. Someone would have to be living with their head in the sand to have not heard anything on the narrative that J6ers were violent insurrectionists. So that piece, I don't think anybody was addressing, and it's a huge piece because it has made it impossible for J6ers to get truly any kind of fair and unbiased trial.
Right, which is in contrast to the Summer of Love, where everybody was treated like they were it was peaceful protest while shit's burning in the background. Like, that narrative in the media shifts, the viewpoints drastically. It doesn't.
Yeah. To your point, Aaron, I think part of that Summer of Love was to almost create a false sense of you can protest and be violent with no consequences, so that not that anyone went to be violent on J6 intentionally, and there's all the evidence out there since, if you know where to go to look for the facts and information about the plants within the crowd who instigated the violence. Nobody went there intending, the true Trump supporters and patriots and the J6ers that are being charged did not go there with violent intent. And they would argue that they would want the Antifa protesters to receive a fair trial as well.
If I could second that, I mean, I was there.
Riley, hold on. We'll get to you. We're going to start moving through hands pretty quick, but we try to keep the space from going to, as we call it, tits up, where everybody just starts using the microphones whenever they want. So, so just bear with me. I'll get to you, man. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, they set it up. They did what they were going to do. And Mark made the comment in what Bigo's trial, one of the things they talked about was that once the tear gas went out and the stampede effectively started happening and the crowd started moving, you have to move with that crowd or you will be trampled. You don't have a choice at that point. So by directing that, by forcing what they did, effectively forcing that crowd to move towards the Capitol with the tear gas, now they're using that against them to say, well, you stormed the Capitol. I didn't have a choice. We're getting hit in the back. We're getting tear gassed. We're moving with the crowd. And the crowd, unfortunately, was being forced towards the Capitol. You didn't have the option to go back at that point. So, I mean, it's bullshit across the board. It's a setup. And that's what I have a problem with people aren't being honest about that. Just like they weren't honest about the Summer of Love while CNN's talking about it, it's burning in the background. I mean, it's bias reporting. But anyway, let's get through some hands. So, Sean, then Billy, and then we'll come down from there. Riley, make sure to put your hand up so I don't miss you too. So, Sean,
yeah, I was just going to say, now this is everything about America right now is highly politicized. To give you a little background with, my understanding of this, I spent the entire summer covering Antifa BLM protests and riots all across the country. I covered the protests and riots extensively in Denver, Colorado, with several reporters on the ground, and I was viewing this, from people who were on the Antifa BLM side. And all summer long, I had people from Antifa BLM, applauding me as a journalist. I worked with Yellow Scene magazine in Boulder, Colorado, who, worked with me to get extra press credentials for anyone who was working with my company, Tribune Media International. And so I was covering this. And then when I went and covered the MAGA protests in November, what I saw was kind of the other side of the coin. I was there for every single protest all the way through it. And I was there at the Capitol on January 6th. I was there, roughly 3 minutes after the initial breach, when another set of Senate doors opened from the inside. That's where I entered. I spoke with the Capitol police officer there, and I told her I was there as a journalist. She said, okay, that's great, but I need you to go another direction. Complied with police the entire time, always took an order. And in the end, I turned over a demonstrably more true version of facts than the DOJ has ever presented. And they charged me with 4 federal misdemeanors. And I recently pleaded guilty. And then I had to fight with my lawyer because my lawyer didn't want me telling the truth and how the government was obfuscating and hiding facts, like the fact that that door was opened, and I can prove that, and that I entered into that door. They never included that in any of my materials. And I went through all of this, and now I'm going to go serve 7 days in prison somewhere. They haven't decided yet. 2 years of probation, $500 restitution payment, and approximately $500,000 of lost life because of this. So everything about this is politicized. I lost longtime friends. I'm not a conservative because they turned me into this caricature of the truth, which is what they're doing to every single person who was there. There's no individuality for any single one of these defendants that's going forward with any of these cases, all the way up to the point where, as a matter of opinion that was spoken not while I was in the building, but afterwards, when I suggested that Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act, my judge, Judge Thomas Hogan, said that I was seditious while he was sentencing me for a single Class B misdemeanor of picketing and parading in a Capitol building. So yes, this entire process is politicized. Bigo Barnett, we can sit here and debate about whether or not we think he should be fined or whatever, but to sentence this man to anywhere close to 20 years for what he did is egregious. It's an affront to the Constitution. It's unacceptable, and it cannot be allowed to carry on like this. The fact that Americans who should be united around the Constitution, as I very much so agree with Cliff that we should all be unbiased in our assessment of these events, the fact that we're letting this continue to go on and our Congress does nothing, these people who say they're there to represent, they represent nothing except for their own interests. And that goes for all sides of the aisle. That's where we're at in this country. Everything is politicized. We are divided, and we're being forced into this horrible situation where Americans just continue to be pushed into a fight against each other. That's all this is. That's all this is. And I can sit here and I can go up and down about what happened there that day. I was there. There was a time when I was in the rotunda, and you can go look at the video, where I thought I was going to be crushed and died. A woman passed out in front of me, and it was all because the police had a shit chain of command. Nobody knew what was going on. Nobody had any clear direction. Nobody sent National Guard to protect the building. As someone who does very much believe and has very good reason to think that the election was stolen, okay, I wanted a 10-day investigation at best. But see, the judge in my case then turns that around as a matter of opinion, and even though I committed no violence, I encouraged no acts of violence, I destroyed no property, I simply walked around and documented while I was there, then he wants to call me seditious. This is a problem. I don't care about the time that I've got to go spend. I don't care how long they would have given me as far as a sentence. I fought tooth and nail to work with John Pierce to get a 39-page factual sentencing memorandum filed in my case. Because the DOJ couldn't do it. Because the DOJ is hiding evidence in all of these cases. It's reprehensible, and it has to stop.
Yep, you were were correct. And actually, the funny thing, you brought the Rotunda up. When Mark talks about the Bigo case, and he's talking about when the female cop that said she went upstairs and she was told to just push over the Rotunda. And Mark, what was my comment? They did that shit to force it to look like there was a massive protest in the Rotunda. That was their directive.
Exactly what they did.
And I said that, and what you just said is exactly right. They forced everybody in there so that they could say, look at the right, because what was happening is the people were doing like Bigo. They were just like, oh shit, we're in here. Well, let's go I got to the bathroom. I'm going to go down here. The cops are standing here not forcing us to go anywhere. Shit, we'll just roam around and take a look at the Capitol. I've never been in here. But then
prior to that, the police told everyone to go back into the Rotunda because that was after Ashley Babbitt was shot and murdered. So then they started saying, everyone go back into the Rotunda. When I went back into the Rotunda, the whole place smelled like pot. Everyone was walking around smoking weed. And you're going to have to forgive me because I'm the child of a Vietnam War protester who was there in 73. And so somewhere in my twisted, non-conservative, maybe liberal, whatever you want to describe me as mind, I said, okay, well, maybe this is going to be a peaceful sit-in. And for the most part, it was. And then the police came in there and haphazardly started hitting people with batons and ordering them in every single direction. There was no clear direction given ever. In fact, most of the time when I was in the building, the police were giving zero direction whatsoever. And what they really nailed me on, and I will admit this, was a breach of objectivity in a very stressful moment. So judge me as it will, and there's a reason why I pleaded guilty to picketing and parading. But there was a moment where the police were giving no instruction. I said, brother, stand with us. And the prosecution and the U.S. attorney, Christopher Amore in my case, he described that as they were blocking the hallway to prevent protesters to go down that hallway. In my video that they used against me, those very same police then led everyone who was in that group further down the hallway. I did not follow. And then they led them out to the front door, which was the second door that they opened. Police opened that door, and then people started to come in. This is what I'm talking about. They continue to hide what happened that day. And I'm sorry if I'm been out of shape. I've been up too long today. I was on a 6-hour space listening to Jay Sixers earlier this afternoon and trying to get the truth out. I've been fighting this for 2 years. They destroyed my social media, and I can guarantee you that was at the behest of the FBI.
Yeah.
They destroyed all sorts of work, and they're still hiding it.
All right, let's move on. I know the frustration. I understand the frustration, Sean. I wasn't there. I almost went. I'm furious as you guys are for what's done to y'all. So, and our states have done nothing to help you guys. So, all right, Billy, go.
Well, first of all, one real quick question, and I'll go into what I got to say after that. Washington D.C. is a historical place. I've been there a couple of times, but one time I really went around it, and it's very beautiful except for the homeless. Is there a no trespassing sign on the Capitol? Because I never actually went to the Capitol building itself. For the first question.
I'm not. I don't know. I haven't walked the grounds.
All right. So the second thing is all right, let's just say it's probably a bad example. If me and half my town went to Disneyland, let's say Animal Kingdom, tickets are expensive. We all show up ready to pay our almost $90 a ticket, and the security guard standing there telling us to come on in for free. Just come. He's waving us in, and we go in. So that's kind of what they did at J6. From what I understand, the doors got unlocked from the inside, and the police were waving people in. It's a beautiful place. It's people's, the people who pay taxes pay for them to have this. And you've never been there before, or you travel thousands of miles to get there, and you have a police officer telling you it's okay to come in. What would you do? Honestly, what would you do? Yes, you would think it might be wrong, but if it's nothing telling you it's wrong, it's people are telling you to go in. Would you not want to take part in normal?
So that's a fair point, but there were also people, breaking windows, climbing in. There were people getting pushed in a giant mosh pit inside. There were people climbing scaffolding to the upper terraces and climbing the balconies and getting in. So yes, there were some that got waved in, There were some that got pushed in. There were some that climbed in. There are some that broke in. There's literally every, I guess nobody dug in. Okay. So other than digging in, everybody got in by every possible imaginative way, Billy. So it's not just one thing.
Well, to me, the worst case scenario is charge him with property damage. That's my point. Since the people own the government, I mean, they work for us. We pay for it. We pay taxes for it. Charge them for property damage. The worst thing that happened today was Ashley Babbitt, and that was because of people inside the building already doing the wrong thing. She did not have to get killed. 100%. She was actually trying to stop other people from going through. So my point is, like, if there was no trespassing signs, and it's a historical site, in my opinion, I don't understand why J6ers are getting penalized harder than your average criminal. Antifa's out there burning police vehicles and everything else, and they're not getting anything charged against them. There should, like it's been said over and over again, you got CNN saying it's mostly peaceful. It's just bullshit. And I don't understand how come, like y'all said, nobody's getting a fair trial, and they're letting other people go free for bullshit.
Okay. Thanks, Billy. Sorry, guys. This was just sent to me, a tweet. Go up in the top and a nest. This is a split screen, which was shown in the trial. I don't know if this has been shown publicly or not, but what it shows is the Capitol cameras at the Columbus doors. Bigo is circled as he's in this mosh pit, like I said, pushed in, sucked in, walked in, you decide. And then on the right is the camera footage of, I believe, not big. It might be Bigo's footage. I can't remember, or if it's I think it's someone else's, but it's next to Bigo. Regardless, doesn't matter. This is the contentious push into the building. Let me see. I wish I could play it for everyone. Well, these. Let me see.
Yeah, you'll have to watch it to really see it, though. Sound won't do it justice. You have to see it.
You have to see it. Okay.
Yeah, and McBride's already even commented on it. So yeah,
okay.
So I guess they're trying to help themselves for the appeals now to get more public opinion on it. Yeah, I mean, I watched it just now. He's clearly that whole crowd is being shoved. They had no option.
And you saw him, and you saw the woman in front of him. I'm not watching. I've seen it in court, but somebody in front of him, the woman kind of goes down right at the threshold of the door, and she's almost trampled.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, that was a major piece in the case, and that split screen I thought was effective, but to the effect of, I guess, impact, I guess not for the jury, but nonetheless, that was how Bigo got into the building. Has anyone ever seen that before? Aaron, you seen that? I think it's never.
I have not seen that.
Yeah, I believe it's never been released until literally right now. So do take a look. All right, Aaron, go ahead, bud.
All right, let's. I'm going to try to hit people that haven't talked yet. So Tamarin won by land. I'm going to hit a couple people, then I'll hop to you. So let's go. I can't remember which order. So I'll go Discerning Diva, and then Riley, and then HD.
Hi, guys. I think basically the bottom line is the Trump derangement syndrome, and thinking that these guys would get a fair trial. They've been in jail for years now. And look what's happening with Trump right now with the Biden papers, and it's also contrived, and we know exactly what's going on. And I think it's just up to us to keep carrying the line and talking about it and being realistic about it, and knowing that our rights are getting taken away every single day, and we're no longer living in our forefathers' America. And it's up to us to keep, going forward and spreading the word, and just knowing really what's about. And Cliff thinking that seriously, like that those guys got a fair trial in Washington, D.C. I mean, I'm in California, and people hate Trump so much here that they hate anybody that like I couldn't even put a Trump flag on my house. I put an American flag on my house, and people are, have a problem with that, which I don't care. And we're living in, a communist China, and people don't even know that. So that's it.
Yeah, I think to Sean's
But God
point
is
earlier,
sovereign. God is sovereign, and He'll find a way. And we just keep praying. Thank you.
valid point there. Definitely. I mean, we got to be the light, and we got to be the good against evil and the light and the darkness. But to Sean's point earlier, same thing, right? Cliff's point is that we're all Americans. Well, the problem is we're not acting like we're all Americans anymore. We've let the government split us apart. And so we've stopped listening to Americans, and we listen to what the media and the government tells us. And when you sit down and talk to your fellow citizen and you don't know their political affiliation, most of the time you agree. And then you turn on the TV, which I give this example all the time. I had tons of people, like I was in our HOA here, and we talk all the time on Facebook, and I had all these people that loved each other. We talk all the time. And then as soon as Trump ran, all these people start posting, and I called out one lady specifically, and I was like, you know what? All these conversations that we've had with each other, and now because I support Trump, evidently I'm racist. I was like, you're black, and I've been talking to you for 6 months, and we get along great. I said, I cannot believe you would say that on here. But and privately, she apologized, but not publicly, because they want to spread the hate, and we as civilians have to stop letting that fucking happen. And that's the one good thing about these Twitter Spaces is, we can actually talk without the censorship, and start getting together with people, and I think if we utilize it properly, they can't stop us, and we've just got to focus on talking to each other and fuck all the other noise around us. That's not the real people that matter. So anyway, that's off my soapbox now. So Riley and then HD.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm a California businessman. I own Riley's Farm in Oakland, California. I felt called to be there on January 6th. I went to the Western Steps, stood by the scaffolding, and watched the entire thing. And I didn't see people where I was located breaching the building. But I think that most people on our side would certainly support prosecuting anyone who broke windows or mixed it up with cops or whatever. But that is so few. I've been talking to people who are indicted merely for being on a ham radio with people who were inside the building. And this, to Crypto and Cliff, it's utterly laughable. I'm sorry. The notion you're going to get a fair trial in Washington, D.C., that is an absurd reality. I mean, we may have to submit ourselves to the process, but the idea that America really exists in the judicial system. I'm $400,000 into a First Amendment case myself, and I found out the hard way that our judicial system is only applauded by lawyers who get some money from being involved in it. There's no way any J6er can get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. Let's just disabuse ourselves of that notion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree with that.
I mean, let's not be laughable fools about this. I mean, there are lawyers who will tell you, abide by the system, go through the process, it'll kill you, it'll bankrupt you. But the idea that you can get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. is absurd. There's absolutely no way that's going to happen. I've talked to so many people who didn't even go inside the building who are now being prosecuted. And I was very naive. I thought, okay, I can go to Washington. I can stand around the Capitol. I can protest. I can raise my concerns about an unfair election. And I came back to my hometown. I was called an insurrectionist, a rebel, someone who doesn't believe in the republic, by people who've been converted to tribalistic heathens in this whole process. There is no discussion going on anymore. And I think the idea of lawyers sitting there saying, "No, let's abide with the process. We're all Americans. This is a process that's going to work." That is just so absurd. I have a hard time hearing it.
You might hear it more because Cliff has returned. But go ahead, Aaron.
Cliff is an idiot. Cliff is an idiot. I'm telling you, Cliff makes his money off the system, and Cliff thinks people are going to get a fair trial. What's the conviction rate? Is it 98% in D.C. right now for people who walked inside the building? and you're going to go in the second and third round, and you're going to get people who are standing around after a summer of watching June 20th.
All right. We're not gonna be mean. Cliff is not dumb. He's not an idiot. I don't know about him mooching off the system. If he represents people in America, get over it, Riley. Okay, there's lawyers for everything. Get over it. Aaron, go ahead.
And guys, just understand. I know there's a lot of emotion, and especially anybody that was involved that's dealing with it. But let's keep it at least semi-civil. Yeah, let's keep it semi-civil. Let's not make it personal as much as.
Don't embarrass yourself.
I know some of y'all want to go after Cliff, but don't make it personal, please.
Yeah. Cliff, just stop acting like an idiot. Cliff, just stop acting like an idiot. That's all we.
Yep, you're gone, dude. Listen, you don't get to determine if he's acting like an idiot and tell him. Especially, he's in Twitter space here. You can't meet you man to man, face to face. So, I'm done with that. Go ahead, Aaron.
Cliff, you'll get your moment in a second. All right, HD, go.
Hey, I appreciate you guys bringing me up. I'm over in Washington State. I work for the DOE. I'm a veteran. I'm trying to understand the whole process of the J6 situation. I haven't really seen any video other than the journalist at the LA Times and the Washington Post from beginning to end. I think it was about a 2-hour video, I think, that I found on YouTube. I'm open-minded, but based on my observation, and I don't know all the facts. I wasn't there, but I'm just trying to understand how it all started, because I see the crowd coming down Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol where the first barriers are, correct?
Yeah, HDA. Listen, I wasn't there, and I'm grateful for that because evidently journalists were also getting wrapped up. So fortunately I wasn't there. But yes, so they left the Stop the Steal rally, and they started peacefully marching down. I don't know, whatever street, but it was blocked off. It was purposely blocked off.
Yes. So as a American citizen, I'm a Republican. And what I don't understand is why people push I could see in the video that there was younger kids. Well, I'm 45, and I see them push the barrier over and try to, with the cops there. And this is just my opinion, I might be naive, but when there's a barrier there, you don't attempt to cross it, correct?
Yes. Do you want me to explain some stuff, or you want to?
Yeah, please. Okay. I'm just trying to understand, because there's not a lot of video out there. I'm just trying to understand.
No, that's cool, dude. I didn't know if you wanted to lead me or if you actually were asking. So, you have to understand. There's the east and west side. There's literally hundreds of thousands of people. There's the very violent tunnel issue. There's the Bigo east side Columbus door, funnel push inside. There's windows being broken. There's people climbing scaffolding, and then there's other people that get let in and they go on their self-guided tour. So it's the complex thing is, and the defense brought an expert in who is apparently one of 5 in all of America, who is some kind of timing genius, who was able to basically, if there's somebody that could solve a Rubik's Cube with video of this is the guy. Flown in from Arizona or whatever, but the problem is, they didn't have time to prep him right, and it was honestly a swing and a miss. That just they didn't get to use this expert like they had hoped. My point is this: HD is.
But did it start at the first barrier?
I'm trying to tell you this. It's not. It started. There's no it. Is there some violence? Yes. Is there some peace? Yes. Is there some climbing in windows? Yes. Is there Ashley Babbitt getting shot? Yes. There's no it. There's hundreds of thousands of people doing different things, and that includes the cops launching tear gas and flashbangs, and the cops beating, and the cops doing the opposite and just standing there, and the cops retreating, and the cops rallying people into. There is no it. It is too complex, is the point, HD. You're not going to
the point, Mark. To the point, HD. This is our issue. if our government was trying to be honest with us, they would release all the 14,000 hours of footage and they would let us see it ourselves. But they don't,
Yeah.
because what you will see is the narrative on one side is the opposite of the narrative on the other side. If you were watching any videos that came out before they started trying to censor this shit all over Twitter and everything, there was some barricades that the cops literally moved them out of the way and were saying, come on, come with me. And then there's the other side where they're breaking in windows, and then the door that got bashed in that doesn't get bashed in, it gets open from the inside. I mean, that's the thing is, like, the narrative is one side was a setup and one side wasn't. So,
what I saw on YouTube was I started with the LA Times journalist, and he walked through the whole thing based on, I was very open-minded, and I was having everything, he was pointing out and watching the video myself. And basically what I gathered through observation of the video, that the first barricade, it seemed like they're in their 20s, they're harassing the barrier and the cops, and they pushed through that first, that I could see based on where he was at. And then it progressed to the actual scaffolding, and he was right up there in front with the second barrier, and then that's when all hell broke loose, in my opinion, which the people that aggravated the cops messed with the barriers and started getting on the scaffolding. In my opinion, I would have never done that, because that's something you do not do. I can understand peaceful protest.
right, but HD, the thing is, that's one side. That's not what happened on the opposite.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to understand. Was it just a whole smorgasbord of mass hysteria just rushing to the Capitol from all sides, or just one?
No, it was a peaceful stroll. And then, like I said, different sides, different things broke down. That's what I'm literally trying to explain. We got to move on, Aaron. But basically, there is no it. There's too much to describe it. There's a whole bunch of things. And it started with the peaceful stroll. Remember, there were two permits for protests on the Capitol grounds that day. And those areas were designated, and in fact they weren't. When I say designated, I mean legally designated, not geographically with lines on the ground, physically. So it got complex when you dumped all those people and emotions.
I understand.
Thanks. And actually, I'm being corrected. But it's not 2. It's maybe up to 9. But okay, we do have Joseph McBride here, which is the
you can go ahead and kick me down.
Okay.
All right, thanks, HD. Appreciate it. Mark, you got to do it. I'm still broken. So.
Yeah, I did, and I'm glad I didn't remove him completely. Sometimes I'm known to boot people by accident. I'm glad we didn't boot him. Mr. McBride, we got Joseph here. If you want to make a statement, that's okay. You do not have to. You've had a very long day, and we've covered so much, and we've actually played your official statement and such. So you just let me know if you want to. If not, we will do it another night. So Aaron, go ahead.
All right, let's go for the moment. Let's go one by land, and then up to Tamara or Tamara. Good. I'm sorry to botch you. I did that to your name again. All right, one by land. Go.
Okay. Mark has articulated the fact that there are so many different things happening. But the problem that I see, and I'm bouncing off what Joe said the last time he spoke, is that all of the defendants are being treated and viewed as the same. Nowhere in this country, and I'll buy a bottle of the best scotch for someone who can tell me when someone is detained for trespass. Now, I'm not going to mix the people who are committing criminal mischief or something more serious, but even at the basic level, criminal mischief, trespassing, nowadays you don't even have a bond. You're released with a court appearance. In rare instances, you have a $1,500 bond. Something.
Yeah, all true, but that's not the situation here. They were charged with simple trespass.
I'm getting to that.
I'm sorry, bud. Go ahead.
That's all right. There were even plea arrangements on misdemeanors, and then they upped them to felonies. So my concern is the fact that, Sean, are you still here? Yes. I'm so sorry for what happened to you. Because of all of our civil rights, the worst thing you can do is steal a man's liberty, even if it's for 4 months or 6 months or 12 months or 18 months, which is what has happened. And lastly, Tamara, when we were DMing, the use of the baton in the tunnel was also deadly physical force. I just wanted to highlight that point. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the mic.
Thanks. Appreciate it. All right, let's go. Actually, I'm going to give Michael Dean, since he's a regular and he hadn't spoke all night. He had something clearly, so I'm going to let him get it out, and then we'll move to others.
Yeah, I'm not going to get anything out. Actually, I mean, I'm glad Cliff came up. And again, Cliff, I say this respectfully. We're not like, I don't want to pick on you, bud. But you call yourself a liberal, and that is what it is. But I really wish you would have been here for Sean's story. And if Sean, please, if you could do it, I don't want to say quickly. I wish you could say it with the same passion and the same detail that you gave. But that's the issue, throughout my life, and as some of these people know in here that, I was a Democrat, this, that, but I was always what you would call more of a classic liberal, and against police violence and all that kind of stuff. But when you hear Sean's story, he's a journalist. He notified, I'll let him speak for himself, but he's a journalist. He notified them he was a journalist. He followed the rules that the police told him to, and he still got convicted and put up with heavy possible crimes, and he's going to do time in prison for being a journalist reporting. And I will also end quickly with Cliff. It bothers me because you say that we're going down a dangerous path if we can't trust the courts in certain places or juries or whatever. That's us going down a dangerous place. What we're trying to get out to people is we're past that. We're in that dangerous place. Sean can talk about it. He covered Antifa for a year. These people are burning down cities, right? There were 500 riots across an entire summer, $1 billion in damage. Families, businesses destroyed forever, never to come back. And those people were in and out of jail, never prosecuted, et cetera, et cetera. And these people, yes, the people that committed violent acts, prosecute them, right? But people that were not in the Capitol, like other people, not Sean, but again, it's so frustrating because I was so happy to hear Sean. He's a liberal. He's a classic liberal that believes that everybody deserves a fair trial, no matter what. So just some praise to you, Sean. I'm glad I got to speak before you, but go ahead, bud.
Whoa, Michael. You ain't in charge here. What's going on? And damn it, I already got in shootout for story time with Sean last time by market crypto. So we no, I'm not getting shootout again. I don't even know if crypto's still awake at this point. He's probably asleep. So anyway, he's there.
He's awake for now.
Damn it! I thought I put his.
He's setting up a second date with that chick.
Whoa! He was on a date.
The coffee
liberal.
The one
at the coffee. Yeah. I came back enough time for that one. Okay. All right. Let's do Derek. I'm not Derek yet. Not Derek. Sean. Actually, hold on. Tamara, you were next, and then Sean.
Okay, I'll go quick because it's more important to hear from Derek and Sean. But I do want to say part of that when I talked about the media putting out, stories right away from day one to paint a picture. And Sean, you might be able to correct me on this, but I can't remember if it was Trennis or another J6 or Trennis Evans. The SWAT team at his house said, "Your guys killed one of our guys." And they were referencing Sitnik. Oh, the media, if you remember. And then they had that big memorial service for him. They put out right away that he was killed by a J6er with a fire extinguisher. Outright lie. No autopsy showed any head damage. Complete blatant lie. And yet you had people, LEO, showing up at the J6ers' house, arresting them with SWAT, with guns on their children, waking them up in the middle of the night, saying, because you guys killed one of our guys. Complete lie. So that's what these J6ers are up against. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that all the Trump supporters, Aaron and those of us who went there, we have been to Trump rally after Trump rally. You had millions of people showing up at Trump rallies, and it was peaceful. You went home, and the place was cleaner than when we got there. Nobody, and that's what everybody's expectation was for how J6 was going to be. It was going to be a Trump rally. We were going to hear him speak. Then we were going to go and just numbers to say, wait, this is a problem. Our First Amendment. Nobody, again, went with that intent for violence. It's contrary to most everybody's principles who were there. And then, did they get caught up in the moment? Yes. Could we argue that the Capitol Police and the Metro Police failed miserably? That the Nancy Pelosi and not having the National Guard there failed miserably? Should the J6 be the only ones suffering the consequences of such a devastating lack of control over the day? Because that's what's happening. So I'll yield back over to Sean.
Thank you. All right, Sean, and then Derek, and then
I think I'm slightly calmed down now, which is a good thing too. It's hard not to get passionate about things. It's like I just see injustice being done. It's January 6th. It's like Tamara says, where a lot of people didn't go there expecting anything. I can't say that I was one of those people. I had spent a lot of time in the streets. I was basically embedded with Proud Boys. And so I saw this kind of rising tension, I guess you could say, throughout my coverage of that. Even when I was down in Atlanta and out in Phoenix and everything else, there was definitely a rising tension going on. And me, I don't know. Some people would say that I feel things, which that's fair. So I was trepidatious about going to DC in the first place. I remember talking to my kids about it and being like, yeah, I don't know. But, that was the story I'd gone to cover. So I kind of wanted to get back to, I can't remember his name, Zone or whatever that was on here. And he was kind of asking, that Trump made his speech, and I was near the Washington Monument at that time. And I remember him saying, everybody's going to march down and I'm going to walk with you peacefully to the Capitol, and everyone, the crowd goes wild. I was supposed to be closer to that stage that day, but through, just crazy series of events, that did not happen. And so, I knew that there was planned protests somewhere at the Capitol. That was always, in the minds, and everybody was talking about a 10-day investigation, anybody who was aware. But there was a lot of people who just had no clue. I mean, that's the other thing, is that there's just people who didn't even know they were at the Capitol by the time they got there. I mean, I think it's Doug Jensen, was even saying things like, I'm here at the White House, and it gets lampooned a lot of the time. But I think that just speaks to the mental state of some of these people. And I don't mean that in any sort of denigrating way. But it's like I ended up walking to the Capitol, and to get to the point about whether or not there were any trespassing signs, that initial breach had already occurred, that kind of famous scene where Ray Epps whispers into Ryan Samsel's ear right before he pushes the barricade over Officer Carolyn Edwards, which Edwards flat out lied in front of the J6 committee. There's just no way around it. This is the most bizarre thing. And so you had that happen. And again, it's a very big building. But by the time I got there, which was still pretty early in the entire, scope of the entire thing, that crowd had already pushed up towards the inauguration stage. And so it was almost assumed that was like the equilibrium point. Now, they would argue back and forth, and I've seen it in other cases where they'll go back and forth and they'll say, well, you must have seen the signs. and all that. And I don't remember seeing any signs. As far as their argument about whether, did you see munitions going off or confrontations? I mean, after all of my time covering these kinds of protests, when there's a confrontation as a journalist, you go get right in between the people who are confronting each other. So, I was no stranger to that either. But yeah, just a very bizarre day.
To that question, Sean,
yeah.
So in that video with Bigo being pushed through in that crowd, were you anywhere near that crowd?
It's hard for me to say. I would have to go back and look at the individual timestamps, and I have to, confess that I have not on that particular issue. Right. That may have been when they were actually trying to shove all of us out of the rotunda in the group that I was in.
Gotcha. Well, so it's when you're saying that and talking about that, I mean, the other point that, with the whole thing with Bigo is the waving the flag and everything they got him for. But, from everything I saw outside of where Ray Epps created the push there, most part, and talking about Mark Middleton's case, because I've talked to him plenty about it, they were peacefully standing there. And then the police fire. Well, Mark, you brought that up because it was in Bigo's case, right? They fire that out-of-date tear gas into the crowd. I mean, they effectively created the chaos out of a peaceful protest. Like they weren't actually storming yet.
Well, I would say that that's very true. I mean, I was positioned right near the northwest stairs that led, on that side of the inauguration stage scaffolding. And so I had positioned myself kind of between police and protesters right in that area in the grass. I was looking up the stairs as Guy Reffitt and some other, kind of well-knowns of people can go back and remember where he was kind of moving up the stairs. There was, some form of confrontation there. And then Derek Vargo got pushed off the stairs. I mean, that's the way the video looks. I was standing right there. And so it's really hard for me to argue with that assessment of what happened there. But he got pushed off the stairs. He hit the ground. I thought he was dead right next to me. He wasn't moving. He wasn't responsive. And I spent months afterwards just assuming that individual had died. I didn't find out who he was or what had happened to him until months later. And the crowd at that point did become noticeably more hostile, I guess you could say. And the situation intensified from there. And police started just, throwing flashbangs and CS gas or whatever into the air. And, your eyes are burning and everything's just going nuts. And then they just stood down. So again, I'll go back and I would love to see what the command was like. Everything that I have seen just shows chaos, like nobody really knew what to do. And so they essentially stood down, and then everybody started moving up those stairs onto the West Terrace.
And to that point, that's like I said, because we've gotten a lot of feedback from Mark being in there with the case. I mean, Mark, didn't the cops basically admit that they didn't even really know what to do? They were just told go that point that way. Like they didn't even know.
Well, it's important to know. There's many law enforcement agencies there, but let's just go by the large numbers, like the major players. Sean, I'm just gonna mute you because sounds distract me.
Yeah, sorry, I was on it.
Sounds like you got poker chips going on, but that's to me. But you have the Capitol Police, who are the police for the Capitol, which is a large, very big, quote unquote, department and property. But then you also had the Metropolitan Police Department, which is the city police department for the district. And when they descended, they came for what they called a 1032 call, an officer in trouble, which means any available unit, really regardless of department, goes there for, to save a life. So multiple officer in trouble calls come out. So everyone collapsed on the building, but you got to understand, that's really a situation and a call designed for an officer on the street, kind of in a scuffle for his life or pinned down in a gunfight or shot or in a struggle. It's not really for a physical, for an Alamo situation. You don't call officer needs, in distress for an Alamo. You call what you have. And, I have a riot or I have, someone trying to breach the Capitol at these doors, whatever. That's what you call. My point is this. When you start out like that, and I'm not making excuses for any of these, I'm just trying to bring some context. That brought the Metropolitan Police Department there. Many of them admitted, testified they've never even been on the stand before. And in the Capitol before. And as a result, they didn't even know, like the sergeant that talked to Big O, and she didn't even know what the rotunda was. She's like, I don't know. I was in this big dome room, and I don't know, but there was a big flag in one section, and I don't know. And her body camera, this girl, she did really great work. She was herding cats, pulling them off the terrace where they're climbing up the scaffolding. And I tell you, every male, including Big O, didn't give her 1 ounce of resistance. It was a couple females that gave her a hard time. I watched her grab these men, and it's called escort hold. She grabs them by the tricep and by the wrist. And these guys who could, physically defeat her. I mean, she got a gun and stuff, but nonetheless, they're much larger men. They didn't give her a drop of trouble. It was the women that were mouthy giving her a hard time. But anyway, the point is, I forget the point. I'm exhausted. I drove to DC, saw the trial or saw the verdict, and had lunch and drove back, and so I forget the
Mark's
point.
like,
Aaron, help me out.
Okay,
Let's
fine.
move on.
Damn it. All right, yeah, we are getting near the end because these guys both have been for long days. So let's try to keep it as much to Big O. I mean, I know it's easy to get down the story of J6. So Derek, you got a little bit of time. Let's go through it. And then Cliff, I'm still going to give you your chance to respond a little bit, so then we can piss everybody off as we close.
Perfect.
Anyway, go.
Yeah, so first wanted to say that what has happened to Big O is just absolutely heartbreaking. This is just further proof that J6ers are not going to get a fair trial in D.C. I know that some of you guys who had went there, and this was your first one, I think, actually being there in person, I know you guys were hopeful for a positive outcome for Big O, and I was hoping he would at least meet one of the charges. That's what I was hopeful for. I didn't think there was any way at all that he would be able to beat all of them in D.C. It's just truly sad what's happening, and this is a proof that in America that we live in today, you are guilty until proven innocent, and the media determines whether you're guilty or not. Big O was convicted, quite frankly, for the sole purpose of an infamous picture of his feet up on the desk in Pelosi's office. They made him the face of this, and that is why they were out for blood on him. And I can attest to that because, quite frankly, myself, Big O, and Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman, were the first 3 that were arrested and were the face of this early on. Those 2 because of the infamous picture of Big O with his feet on the desk, Jacob because he had the horns on his head, and me because I was the only elected Republican lawmaker in the country. So we were all over the media. And it's just really sad. I'm pretty sure from what I saw there, I believe Big O walked through the east doors and the Columbus doors. If that's accurate, I'm 99% sure it is. If so, I'm right behind him in that video. You can't see me because it cuts off, but I walked through those same doors. And the video is pinned to my Twitter feed for anybody who wants to see that from another perspective after I walked in. But he's absolutely correct. And I even said this. I've never said that I did not want to go inside. That I was perfectly content with going in there, but I have said from day one that even if I did not want to go in there, it wouldn't have mattered. At a certain point, you either went inside or you got trampled. And, I remember people telling each other and grabbing hold of women, even like holding them up and saying, "Hey, stay on your feet, don't get trampled," just because that's just the way it was. The people in the back could not see anything, and a lot of people couldn't see anyways just because of all the pepper spray and the CS gas that was in the air at the time. But it's just sad that somebody is facing decades in prison for glorified trespassing at the end of the day. And then really quickly, I just wanted to touch on what HD said earlier. This is the main reason I got up here. Look, there's 4 sides of the building. It's a huge building if you've never been there before. I was on the east side of the building. I was there all day long. I never once went to listen to President Trump speak because the line was over a mile long at like 6:30 in the morning. So I went to the east side where there were other scheduled speakers to get a good spot there. There were never any signs on those bicycle racks saying that crossing that barrier was a crime or anything like that. I'd been to the Capitol before. I'd sat on those very steps I think a time or 2. I didn't think it was a big deal to make it to the steps. But on the east side of the building where we entered and where I'm pretty sure Big O entered, look, there was tens of thousands of people back there on that side of the building all day long. And there were at one point maybe 15 cops, maybe 20. And I was in the middle. And on the very far right-hand side for me, so that would have been the northeast side, some people over there removed the barricades and started walking in. These are just bicycle racks, mind you guys. This isn't like some big extravagant fencing or something. It's just bicycle racks. These people moved those to the side and walked in calmly with their hands up. And at that point, the cops in the middle moved the barricades, and that's one of the infamous videos of the cop waving people onto the stairs. This happened in waves. We were standing on those stairs for an hour to 2 hours before those doors ever opened. So the people who came afterwards would have had, if Bigo showed up there later in the day, he would have had no clue that there had previously been barricades there preventing anyone from getting that point. So I wanted to make that clear, and then I'll land my plane here. I promise, Mark, I know you're tired. There's 4 sides to that entire building. So there's 4 different groups. And even within that, there's subgroups. People who were in the same area still had different experiences and saw different things. And so, as Mark said earlier, there is no it. There's thousands of people there. There's thousands of different experiences and thousands of different perspectives. There is no it. Even the people that was within 20 foot of me, and I know this because the government kept saying that there was somebody broke a window near me on my side of the building, and I was like, no, they did not, because I promise you I never saw that. Well, it wasn't until after getting out of prison and I saw Pam Hemphill, MAGA Granny's videos. She was on my side of the building, and sure enough, she's got a video of somebody, not actively breaking it, but there was a broken window on that side of the building. I never saw that. Never, and I have no reason to lie about it. I'm already home from prison. I mean, I never saw that. So just wanted to say that, there's no it, as Marcus said. So I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Derek. Here's what we're gonna do. Michael Dean, do you want an inning? Do you want one as we close?
I'll just do it now. I want freaking.
Okay. So we're gonna do Michael Dean, American Trucker, Cliff, and then we'll go to the hosts.
Yeah, I'll make it as simple as possible. I just want fairness. I really do. I want fairness for everyone in this country, but also fairness goes to being, prosecuted for things that you're doing, Antifa and BLM riots, that's not fairness. They're not being prosecuted. They're not even being arrested. I don't care who it is in this country. We cannot have political violence, right? And I don't want to hear that Antifa isn't real or the BLM riots weren't political. They were completely political. But I want fairness, and I don't think we're anywhere near it. And I will agree with Cliff somewhat. We're going down a very dangerous path in this country because our lawfare that's going on is lawless. There you go.
Thanks, Michael. American Trucker, thanks for your donations this week. And go ahead.
No problem. Hey, I just had a kind of a crypto question here. So with the verdict of this case, how would it affect future cases if it doesn't get appealed? When like BLM, Michael about answer or asked my question, but how would this affect future cases when people enter government facilities?
Well, I think J6 took on a life of its own. I don't think anyone could have predicted that there would be like this J6 case law that's happening. This is something that's kind of unprecedented. As far as going forward, I think, while Mark was at the Bigo trial, I think Mark just experienced one of many trials that occurred before. I agree probably with more than I disagree with Cliff, but as far as a fair and impartial jury goes, I can't say with any reasonable degree of certainty what the jury's thinking or what they're doing, or if they're putting their biases and prejudices aside, or if the government just has great cases. I don't know, because I'm not there, right? But what I can tell you is when you get at least one guilty count on every J6 trial, which at this point, I don't know, there could be 100. When you get guilties on every single trial, there's something underlying the trials, because that just doesn't happen. Like, DOJ is a very, at least when I was there, is a very we essentially call it like the major leagues. It's a very well-oiled machine. It's like the major league for prosecutors. You have. It's not like being a state attorney where you can kind of roll the dice. You have prosecutorial discretion. DOJ is not like that. It's a well-oiled machine. People look over you. You need like 3 signatures to do anything. But the fact that every single trial in front of a jury has been guilty, that's just not normal. The probabilities are not correct. I'm not a mathematician, but if you broke it down, it wouldn't be that just every case against every person is beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the highest standard we have in the court system. It leads me to believe that probably in some cases they have great evidence. Other cases they may not have as great evidence. I do believe, and this is just from what I've read, what I've seen, and the fact they've never lost a jury trial yet in D.C., I do believe that when you get people that, are not as fair-minded as Cliff, and they're on, when you have 2 people on the fringe, it's going to be oil and water, right? So if you have a jury that's never Trumpers or heavily Democratic, and then you have someone labeled as a J6er, we're talking 2 ends of the political spectrum. And those can't reconcile themselves. And the way they are turning out is that these juries are gacking, guilty as charged. They're gacking people on almost all the counts, right? I mean, you're lucky if you get 1 or 2 counts not guilty or a lesser, right? That's just, listen, I've been a prosecutor for over a decade. I've been a lawyer for, that's just not normal. It's not normal to just constantly win after win after win after win. The probabilities just aren't with you. It's weird. I've lost cases I should have won. I've won cases I should have lost. But everyone loses cases except DOJ and DC with J6ers, right? So coming from someone who worked at DOJ, this is very much an outlier to me. So, and I don't know what it is. I can guess what it is, but I have no evidence of it. I just think that you have possibly a fringe jury with people they see as fringe right-wing domestic terrorist Trumpers. And when you have that sort of dichotomy, it's not going to wind up in the defendant's favor. So,
okay, so I get everything you're saying, and I agree with you, but I think what I was really trying to ask you was like,
sure.
Okay, number one, as far as the evidence goes, we have 0 evidence that the jury is tainted. I mean, we all know it, but as far as physical evidence, my question, I guess, would be, if you were the prosecutor, okay, and you were going to charge like an Antifa person, okay, would you cite this case or use this case or any of these cases alike for a prosecution? I guess is what I'm asking. I mean, does it help with a future prosecution for the other side? Should you want to charge Antifa with terrorizing a state capitol or a federal building?
Got you. So the answer would be no. The only thing that you would use this case for is when the case is actually done and there's an appellate decision. You could use this case for legal matters, but you can't use this case to compare. So every case is different and unique on its own. You can't compare one trial to another. So when this case is done and there's an appellate review of it and it's 1 or 2 years from now and it's finally done, if there's legal issues in this case that may come up in another trial, then you can cite to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals and say, listen, Judge, this legal issue has already been dealt with by the appellate court. Because when you cite to appellate courts. You don't cite to trial courts. So the short answer is no. This case for the next year or two will have no pending status on any other trial that's happening.
And one real quick last question.
Sure.
Will this case right here be mocked in law school? as a case that will be dissected piece for piece in law school for future lawyers?
I
I know
don't.
it's an off question, but I think
Yeah.
it's a good question.
No, I mean first, so the answer is I don't know. I can tell you that this semester, I'm teaching. I'm teaching 3 law classes, and I'm teaching criminal classes. That's what I do. Um, the answer for me is no. I mean, I'm not bringing this case up. There's nothing that I saw that was crazy or different or unique. Plus, I wasn't there. Plus, I don't have a appellate decision. So, I don't think, and Mark was there and he really kept me in tune on what was going on. There was nothing that I saw there that would be of any teaching value to me or anyone else, except for the fact, which obviously, a lot of law students, we don't get into politics when I teach. But my point is, I am definitely using J6 in general as an example of how you need to be so careful to pick a jury. I mean, that's what I'm using it for in a generalized theory. But outside of that, there have been no cases that I'm aware of that have really any teaching value to me.
Thank you, guys. And Mark, once again, man, thank you. You did an outstanding job, and I appreciate you guys, and we're looking forward to future endeavors.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for the feedback. All right, Cliff.
Hold on. Taylor now officially has taken Johnny Dice's place by asking questions during the bullpen time.
Yes.
I just have a quick
I
question.
apologize. Because I've been listening all night, but I fell asleep, so I apologize.
Can you guys tell us how many years Bigo's facing? I can't find that anywhere. Maybe you guys could tell me.
About 20, if they ran it on him.
Well, no, if they ran it consecutive, which would be like unheard of, it would be life.
Like 100 years.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so if they ran him consecutive, it'd be life. That's not going to happen. I think his highest charge is 20. I don't like saying this, but I'll just toss it out there. Given the fact his plea was 5 to 7, I would expect his sentence to be 7 to 10 years.
Yeah. And I would. Yeah, I don't know those numbers, but it makes sense. Cliff, you get to be our closer tonight. So final thoughts, Cliff. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't worry. I don't plan on pissing you guys off with some of the things I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask you a question, Mark, about the Big O. In terms of, I've never been to the Capitol. I have no idea where he entered. I have no idea where Pelosi's office is. I mean, are they anywhere near each other? Or, I mean, did he have to search that out? I mean, it's not like you just hang a left and you're in Pelosi's office. I got to imagine it's not the easiest place in the world to find, but I don't know.
His exact path. Well,
I don't know the exact path. I'm just asking you. I mean, is it like right out open?
My impression is it wasn't that hard to get there. Between the doors that were all closed and the doors that were open, and the stairwell, which is massive and big, and like I said, even with him sitting down in the chair and admiring the painting, in between looking for the bathroom. It's not like he no, to me it looked kind of an easy path. If you go to the path of least resistance with doors being open, doors being closed, he fell right into it.
Yeah, and Derek and Sean both hunted that, so it sounds like that's accurate.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I wouldn't know. I've never.
Yeah.
It's just that the whole thing sounds kind of strange. The guy.
It is a strange day.
Yeah.
Cliff, any final thoughts other than your question? Because here's your chance. You get the last word, dude.
I was going to ask you. The one thing I was going to ask you guys is obviously we obviously disagree on this, but you have a real problem with Washington D.C. as a place for a trial. So I'm just curious, where would you find it to be a fair and impartial place in front of a jury of his peers? Where would that be?
Well, I mean, we would look, we'd file a motion to change, and then we would look for, really it's up to the judge on where we go. Both sides can make their recommendations, but I think Virginia would be a good place to go. Just, get out of DC. I'm not asking I wouldn't ask the judge to go to Arkansas or Texas or California, somewhere close, somewhere that's rather balanced. And, I think probably if I looked, I certainly wouldn't move it to Baltimore, right? I think if you look maybe just a little west, going over to Virginia, you can probably find a county that's relatively a 50-50 decent makeup. And a lot of times politics aren't taken into consideration when you're changing venue. You're simply changing venue because you're trying to get somewhere where someone hasn't heard of the case. So in the Southern District, I want to go to the Middle and Northern District, like for instance, the Dahlia DiPolito case, the one in Boynton Beach, Florida, where she hired the hitman and then the hitman was a cop. That case was, and that case was on the TV show Cops, right? So everyone fucking knew about it.
That was awesome. That was
so
what a great case.
So we had to move. So the first time we didn't move, they didn't allow us. Then we moved, went out to Tampa, and we just went to Tampa hoping that, people weren't as into it. So that's really the biggest consideration. So I think the two considerations you have to look into when you're moving for a change of venue here is, first, where can we go that is really not too far away, but people may not know about it as much. J6 is J6. Where are you going to go that people don't find it? So the next, litmus test would be, where can we go where it's a relatively 50-50 political makeup of at least, like registered voters. So I'm sure for someone who lives in Virginia or knows Virginia, I don't. I'm sure that you could find a county relatively close that takes care of your political concerns, but I don't think it would take care of your notoriety concerns, because I'm not sure where you would go unless you're going to go to like bumfuck Minnesota, where there's like 6 people in the town. Not, for anyone from Minnesota, I'm not trying to insult you, but but like just like a bumfuck area where like no one knows anything, like they don't have TVs. Maybe go to Amish country. I don't know, but you're not going to find many places where no one's heard of J6. So right. I would look for a political neutral place.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just kind of throwing I understand the legal way you were. I was just thinking generally what the people in this room think would be, a place like, would you be able to have one in New York City? Would you be able to do it in, a big city somewhere else? I mean, I'm just trying to think, where is it I understand you have these concerns. I disagree with you, but you have them. But where would you have it then? From what I'm getting from you, you wouldn't have it in basically any big city that.
No, I would go. I mean, from what I know about Virginia and what I've seen, I think we could go not far to Virginia and pick, and I mean, that's what I would say, because the judge is not going to fly across the country and then fly everyone back. So, you have to look to the surrounding areas, and just from knowing the geographic location, from what I know, I think Virginia is probably the best spot to possibly find a jury in that area. I mean, that's what I would ask for.
Gotcha.
Cliff, at the end here, we're looking for an opinion. But...
Do you want me to let you red devils have it with some real blue fire? Is that what you?
Well, I've been waiting. I'm falling asleep. You're asking questions.
What is wrong with you people? You know what you do about this trial? It's blaming everything on Democrats not being able to be fair and impartial. They can be fair and impartial. You guys aren't being fair and impartial. You had this thing all weighed out before the trial ever went forward. That's not how our country works. We have a legitimate process in place. There was a trial, there was a conviction, and if you don't like the result, you go appeal it. But you don't go crying about not being able to get a fair trial in this country by saying no Democrat can give you a fair trial.
The process is only as good as the people, Cliff.
Thanks, Cliff.
You wanted me to be the evil blue guy, didn't you?
Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, you calm it down there, Prodigal. I see those faces, okay? Calm it down.
All right, let's go to unless I'm missing. I can't even talk. I'm so tired.
You can't fucking talk.
I can't unless I'm messing.
No, I think it's my turn.
Yes.
Right. So I was going to say, unless I'm messing up what's going on, Aaron and Mark.
Yep.
Oh, it's my turn. Did we establish that?
Yes.
I mean, shit, I've said enough, but I'm going to keep reverting back to the same thing. Is that I'm tired of looking at this as a DC case. I think we need to start putting pressure on our states. I'll fucking stab you.
Oh, it's brutal. Come on. Oh, good, Aaron. Oh, God.
My soundboard broke. My Twitter's acting up. I couldn't turn it off. Okay, we're done. All right, I think we need to. It's late for all of us. Clearly, we're getting delirious. So I think we need to focus this instead of the lawyers and all the other stuff. I think we need to start looking locally to our state governments to put the pressure there. I think our states need to be standing up for their own citizens, and I think that is a better route potentially to go than continuing to expect any lawyer that's attached to the bar to come save our asses. They're a bunch of cowards that are afraid of what's going to happen to their career, and while other people have lost their livelihoods over it. So I don't have trust in them anymore. I know some lawyers are trying, and I appreciate the ones. I know Joseph McBride and these guys they've done, and Shipley sounds like a good dude. They're trying. But the fact is, the system's it's just not set up to protect us at this point. And I think we really need to move everything back to the more local and into the citizen level and try to do our best to fight this properly, because we're not going to win this federally. We're just not. So stop trying. I mean, well, do what you can, but I would rather spend our money in a much more productive area and try to flip our states and our local stuff back to our control and fight it that way. And I think we're going to have to start learning to take some tactics from the left, whether people like it or not. You're going to have to start putting some pressure on some local officials until they start to understand that if they want to pressure us, we can play the same game right back. We can stay in our morals, but you know what? Fear goes a long way, both sides. And I think Republicans need to start learning that you can fight this same battle. You don't have to always sit back and pretend like you have to be the nice guy to win. The nice guy is what's got us in this position in the first place. So time to go fucking do something about that finally. Anyway, that's all for tonight. Appreciate it, guys. Thank y'all. I'm gonna stab crypto.
So hold on, Mark. So you're closing tonight, right?
I'm up next. I think you're gonna say something, right?
Well, not really. So all right. So Mark's gonna be last.
Jesus Christ.
And we'll make a quick call to the bullpen. Hold on.
We already did.
Did we? All
yes,
right,
man.
All right. So Mark, with a round of applause, go ahead, buddy.
All right, thank you, everyone. On a serious note, this was a big deal for us. It was a big deal for me. Don't forget, we learned who Bigo was doing the spaces when he came in, and we were just blown away that this guy who is Bigo, it was in our space, and then he would talk about his case, and crypto gave him all the warnings possible, and we tried to discourage him, but Bigo is Bigo, and he was going to talk regardless. And so we just best to not harm him. Okay. And I took that same approach when I was with, his legal team. And by the way, side note on Aaron, his legal team was aces. I have never, ever seen 3 attorneys work so hard and be so good. And, really they were balls to the wall. And I mean, all night long. I mean, they lived.
Have you ever
Shut up. You said you weren't going to talk anymore.
No, hold on. Mark, have you ever been around 3 attorneys before?
Yes, I've been around many. I was married to one. Dated.
No. I'm not talking in your lifetime. Yeah. Have you ever been around 3 at the same time?
Yes. Would you listen?
Well, that was a private night at the hostel, and we don't want to talk about it.
Right. So I was going to ask, was that the gangbang you're talking about?
Well, that too, but no. I've been around. I was a court officer for 4 years, and I've been around them. With my ex-wife, she had her own practice, which is another story, but I've been to all the events. Yes, I've been around them, and I've been around them involved in cases. I was the court officer in the longest criminal trial in Atlantic County history. Yes. Okay. And this was
let me ask you a question.
Team I've ever seen.
As a court officer, what are you doing talking to attorneys? You're not supposed to talk to us.
I talk to them all. You got to be kidding me. I talk to them all
No.
the time. They talk to me. I don't even know what you're talking about.
No, like small talk, like, hey, guy who protects us, how you doing? I'm going for lunch. But you're not talking about legal strategy with them.
No.
Right.
That all comes after. That all comes way after and not during the
That's in
trial.
the after party, Crypto.
Yes.
No. So were you ever the court officer that gave the prosecution or defense a heads up on what the verdict was?
No, we never knew. We never knew what the verdict was. That we had no handle on that whatsoever.
Okay, so
nor would I violate any other confidentiality.
Okay, so you would not be the guy who, when they knock on the door, goes over there and they say, we have a verdict, and then you come out and say they have a verdict.
No, my job was judge protection. So, and the judge protection officer kind of controls the other officers in the room, but no, the court clerk or the jury manager, I'm forgetting all the terms. A jury manager in the state I was in would manage the jury manager. So no.
Got it. I actually had a marshal that would go back if it was just one courtroom, but he would go back, and if they knocked and had a verdict, if he came out and stared at me, that meant no. I swear to God,
Okay.
If he came out and stared at me, it was a guilty verdict. If he came out and just looked down and walked over to the judge and said they had a verdict, it was not guilty. So I knew immediately when he came in.
No, I had no connection, no involvement.
I'm so confused, Mark. Didn't he say you were going to close and he didn't have shit to say? What the fuck's going on here, Crypto?
Guys, I'm exhausted, Crypto. Let me just tell everyone, thank you for the donations, thanks for the support, thanks for the retweets. Okay, this was a big week for us. And as far as I'm concerned, we all did really well, and everybody that had an involvement in it, even here and just opining, or sending a few dollars or just doing the retweets, I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much, and we'll do more of it, especially if you guys can keep doing what you're doing for us. So that's it for me. Have a great night, everyone.
Mark, have you ever cooked a grit before?
Shut the hell up. We were supposed to be done.
Hold on. I just have one question for him. Have you ever cooked a grit before?
Grit?
Yeah. Have you ever cooked a grit before?
Is that like
the South?
Yeah, is that like a grits and bacon or whatever the hell?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes.
It's like cream of wheat, Mark.
Thank you. No, I never cooked a grit.
Okay. No, I'm only asking because you say, I want to give all yous, thank all yous, and you're sounding like my cousin Vinny. So I was curious.
I'm glad you went that because I thought the same thing in my head when he said that shit.
Yeah. So
where I come from, it's yuz. So if I'm saying use, it's probably because I'm laying down. But use guys, or use.
What would you?
Youths. It's the two youths.
So
that was youths. No, we don't say that.
Y'all.
I don't say y'all. I say use. Yeah, use guys, you guys.
So last question, Mark. Do you say youths or youths?
Youth. I got THs. Youth. Yeah.
Okay.
Use is like YOU''S. It's completely South Philly talk,
Right.
Okay. Use guys.
That stupid northern talk.
All right. Well, for everyone that came in, guys, thanks so much. Like all spaces, we start on something like Bigo and then we get off of it. But it was fun. Lots of chatting, and Bigo. Bigo has a great defense team. And got an uphill battle. Whenever you have an appeal, it's always an uphill battle. So, the odds are not with you. Not that they were with him at trial per se, but they're definitely not with him on appeal. So we'll see how it goes. And, he's, while we love Bigo and we know him, he's one of many people. I think they're well past 1,000 arrests. And, they're still arresting people now. So I don't know when this fucking thing is going to end. It seems like they're probably just fucking geofencing phones and
Could you
Grab.
imagine if it's like the Nazis? They're still getting 102-year-old Nazis. Could you imagine if in 80 years they're still popping them?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the one thing that people can take away from this is that if you, I mean, this is my opinion. You never know what's going to happen in office, but my opinion is if you're a single issue voter, which if you're a J6er, you're going to be a single issue voter. My understanding is that if Trump gets in office, this will be an end to it, given what he said or what comments he's made. Once he pardons or commutes, then that's kind of the end of it. But yes, you're absolutely right. If DeSantis gets in and he doesn't like what happened, or if we continue to get a Democrat, sure, this could be something that we don't even talk about in 2 to 5 years, because it's just like drinking a cup of water. It's just the everyday news of it probably won't even be it probably won't even be covered anymore, because it'll just turn into normality. So hopefully it's not. But yeah, I mean, it would be pretty ridiculous. I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations is going to run out on these crimes, but they like arresting an 85-year-old granny in like
Mark, you're never going to bed.
In like 2060. So anyway, with that said, guys, great job.
He's done not being the chosen people.
And I'm going to go to bed. You guys go to bed. Everyone go to bed. Everyone continue to text Mark. Make sure Mark goes to sleep. And we'll see. I'm trying to think when we see them next. During the week. It's going to be later on in the week. But I do know Wednesday we possibly have the Mooch, Anthony Scaramucci, coming on. So we'll see if that's going to be Wednesday or Thursday. I'm teaching, so I can't do it Wednesday. So if we can't move it, it'll be Mark and Aaron. God help us. But outside of that, we're going to have Aaron fucking yelling at the Mooch, and he's going to walk out. So we'll see. What's that?
Oh, Cliff's going to yell at the Mooch, too.
Oh, yeah. Cliff's going to yell at the Mooch. The Mooch doesn't know what he's got.
You guys are just going to start yelling.
Cliff is going to bring the heat. So for new people that came in, it was great to see you guys tonight. Michael Dean, silent but deadly as always, kind of like Mark's farts. Always appreciate you. And American Trucker, grateful for what you always do. Thank you for that. And we'll talk to you guys soon. So everyone have a great night as we enter in Tuesday on the East Coast. Good night.